Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King
An
Chaka.
educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Yeah.
Looks like we got us another hit.
You tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please, for your own benefit. How y'all feel? Excuse me. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? I feel good. I feel good. I feel good. A little tired. I worked outside all day Saturday. I was exhausted, so I couldn't do a show that night. By the time I got home, my eyes were burning. I took a shower and ate a little something and crashed out. So there goes my pity party. The name of the show today is Anger is Spreading. I almost made the name of the show, making it about race. I think those two titles are related. Like I've said before, it's like when you tend to deny the reality of things, it causes you to be angry, you know. People say, you're making it about race or whatever. And then you're like, well, that's because it is about race. And then they get angry, you know. It's like you're the racist. It's reverse racism. It's schizophrenic. It's crazy. It's insane. It's just something I've been pondering. Oh man, I lost my train of thought. It's all about race. For me, I don't believe in race. I don't. As an anthropologist, we look at race as a social construct. Now, I know anthropology started from racist roots. Now, I know this. You know, it has grown over time, but you can look at probably any of the sciences and find that race is a factor. You know, and it's sad, but it's true. You know, what's the name of that lady? The video, I played her video in one of the previous shows, but she's an astrophysicist, and she was showing how even in her field, race is dictates, you know, a lot. And so, like, you can't even do astrophysicist, you know, stuff without race showing its ugly head, you know? It is what it is, y'all. I'm gonna hopefully I'm gonna come back to that. Let's look at some headlines and start off there. Or maybe just do some doom scrolling. I haven't done that in a while. Hold on. I want threads. Hold on, let me clear the screen. Let's do some doom scrolling. I haven't done that in a while. Just to kind of warm up a bit here. Get my thoughts flowing. I have to be careful because ain't no telling what's going to pop up here. You can see what timeline looks like. It says North Carolina squatters refuse to leave Airbnb rental home. Seems like that's been happening a lot. I'd be scared to open an Airbnb business. Definitely put a whole bunch of stuff in the contract and hold people accountable. Do a really good job of vetting those people. Sayada got it. Says crack down on illegal immigration to a radical degree. Carry out mass deportations, increase the number of agents or ICE raids, build camps to detain immigrants, camps. Push for other countries to take would-be asylum seekers from the U.S. How do you do that? Once again, ban entry into the U.S. by people from certain Muslim majority nations. Another one, try to end birthright citizenship. Oh, so that's what they're talking about. It says, if Trump wins, how would Trump and his allies plan to radically reshape the U.S. government if he is reelected? You know, they tend to say stuff that they don't freaking, you know, intend on doing at all. It's pandering for votes. They do it all the time. So, yeah, some of this stuff is just extreme to get people on board and be like, yeah, America. It says, use the Justice Department to persecute his adversaries, directing criminal investigation into President Biden and his family, have foes indicted for challenging him politically, target journalists for persecution. Man, journalism is so dead. It's so it's in a bad place. Brianna Joy Gray got fired this week from The Hill. And I mean, it wasn't surprising, really, I don't think, for anybody, but it's just not a good look for The Hill. The Hill lost, what was her name? Kathy. There's so many really great journalists that they've let go from there. Crystal and Sager left The Hill. I didn't even know the Hill existed before Crystal and Sager was on there. Not really. I think it popped up on my timeline a bit, but then I started really watching it, Crystal and Sager. So I watched their show. It's called Breaking Points. They spun off and did their own thing, and they're probably way more comfortable and satisfied and successful after leaving them. But that's not always the case. They're a special circumstance. It's not easy to find those kinds of jobs. Those are really good jobs for journalists. And if you want to hear like opposing views on topics, there's hardly any sources for that. Everything is coming from one particular perspective. And does all of the major news networks do that? They're all biased. You tell me that they're not biased, and I'll tell you that you're drinking the Kool-Aid. This one, it says, increase presidential power, bring independent agencies under presidential control, revive the practice of impounding funds or refusing to spend money that Congress has appropriated, strip employment protections from tens of thousands of career civil servants, purge officials from intelligence agencies, law enforcement, and State Department and the Pentagon, appoint lawyers who will bless his agenda as lawful. I don't know how he can't appoint lawyers. Maybe he's talking about judges. Says aggressively expand his first term efforts to upend American trade policies. Impose a universal baseline tariff, a new tax on most imported goods, implement steep new trade restrictions on China to wrench apart the world's two largest economies. The thing about the trade, the tariffs and stuff, sometimes those are good things. What the United States needs to do is manufacture some stuff. Hey, that's a simple answer right there. It says retreat from military engagement with Europe, potentially undercut or withdraw the U.S. from NATO alliance, aim to settle the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Okay, he's gonna fix the Russia-Ukraine situation in 24 hours. How is he gonna do that? U.S. military force in Mexico and on American soil, declare war on drug cartels in Mexico. How successful was the war on drugs? How successful was the war on terror? Use federal troops at the border, use federal troops in Democratic controlled cities, such as during times of protest. Oh man, you're touching on some really, really sensitive stuff right there. Specifically Democratic controlled cities, and federal troops on U.S. land. Like, when you say federal troops, what do you mean? The military? Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna fly. And if it did, that would be a terrible, terrible thing to do. What is this? It says mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. So that's the thing. That's the agenda. Scary. It says Israel War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz quits Netanyahu's government. Yep, that happened. Israel Minister Benny Gantz has announced his resignation from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's emergency government, withdrawing the only centrist power in the leader's far-right coalition amid Israel's war on Gaza. I don't know how much that's going to have an impact on Netanyahu, really. This one, it says McDonald's and other big brands warn that low-income consumers are starting to crack. I think McDonald's is going to be okay. It's crazy to me all the time when people be like, oh, poor Walmart or poor Amazon, poor McDonald's, bruh. Come on, man. Trust me, McDonald's is okay. And gonna be okay. They're gonna be fine. Yeah. I think I want to look at some headlines. This one, it says 80% of Americans now consider fast food a luxury due to high prices. Yeah, I don't know if how you can call fast food a luxury really, but I mean, it's not good for you anyways, and it's I'm sure it's healthier for you to go ahead and cook at home. Y'all need to learn how to cook. I mean, like watch some cooking shows or something. Like I complain about the damn grocery prices. So are groceries a luxury to 80% of Americans? Those damn prices is crazy. It might be cheaper to go freaking buy some McDonald's or whatever. It's not gonna be good for you though. Like, who did they ask? How they come up with 80%? Like, they didn't ask me. It says a new survey revealed that fast food, once considered an affordable option, is now viewed as luxury by many Americans due to soaring menu prices. The survey, which polled over 2,000 adults, found that nearly 80% of the respondents now see fast food as a luxury item, with 62% admitting they eat it less frequently because of increased costs. I eat, out less frequently too, but I would say that like inflation overall, is the reason, and people are going to treat themselves anyways every now and then. So it ain't going to matter. And I wonder what the questions were when they did this survey. I'm sure there were leading questions. It says this perception is particularly pronounced among those earning less than $30,000 a year. Parents with young children and Gen Zers with huge percentages in each group citing financial struggles as a reason. If you're making $30,000 a year, less than $30,000 a year, I mean, okay, I guess you can call eating out a luxury. I mean, I don't know how you even paying your bills the way things are now, $30,000 a year, you don't have money for anything. Everything is a luxury besides your basic bills. A hole on Mars. Advertisements. The higher we're placed, the more humbly we should walk. Stay grounded no matter how high you climb. It says Palestine reached World Cup qualifying final round for first time in history. Palestine advanced to the final round of World Cup qualification for the first time ever Thursday with a 0-0 draw against Lebanon. Palestine, who played in Qatar because of security concerns in Gaza, are second in their group and 5 points clear of Lebanon with a single game left. Top two teams of each of the 9 groups progress to the final qualifying round for the 2026 World Cup. So they might end up getting to play. It says French children were served wine on school lunch breaks until 1956. Nice. It says French wine boasts a rich history dating back to antiquity, documented by Roman chroniclers and developed through the Napoleonic era. Monastic influence and feudal domains, renowned regions like Bordeaux and Burgundy have become central to global wine culture and taste. Interestingly, until the 1950s, French school canteens regularly served children wine, beer, and cider. It was widely believed, though not scientifically proven, that alcohol had antibacterial properties beneficial for children, especially those with cold symptoms. This acceptance of alcohol extended to parents bringing preferred alcoholic beverages for their children to school, some with even encouraging morning wine consumption on days when schools restricted it. This normalization of alcohol in schools reflected societal attitudes and misconceptions about health benefits. However, in August 1956, the French Ministry of National Education prohibited serving alcohol to children under 14 on school grounds. Older students could still consume alcohol in the canteen with parental permission, limited to 1/8 of a liter per head. Resistance to this age restriction was notable. A significant alcohol use was prevalent among youth. It wasn't until September 1981, during President Francois Mitterrand's administration, that alcohol was formally banned in high schools, promoting water as the only acceptable beverage. I would say that water is probably a little bit more healthier than wine, but maybe, historically, maybe it wasn't. And that's what led to that kind of things. I would say, bad water. So you ferment to give you water that's not going to give you botulism or something. So you have better access to cleaner water, than drinking all the alcohol is no longer a healthier option. It says AI is not going to take your job. The person who uses AI well might take your job. Ted Sarandos, CEO of Netflix, the New York Times interview, May 2024. I think we're going to go to some headlines. It says stop feeding this trash. It's nothing but sugar. I'm trying not to buy this stuff. My youngest, she's pretty much the only one that still eats cereal. She be asking for it. So she doesn't eat very much. So I just give her what she asks for.
Ingredients.
At least she eating something, Uh-oh, what did I do?
You to focus on. And the Honey Nut Cheerios are no better because you got to focus right here. What does it say? Contains bioengineered food ingredients.
It means that they're using GMOs or genetically modified food, and your body does not recognize that as real food.
An excellent option is organic Lovebird cereal.
They use whole, real food ingredients, and they're also glyphosate free. So choose the right cereals for you and your family.
Follow both our channels. I'm Just Wasim and Real Foodology for more health and wellness tips.
Stop feeding this to your kids.
This is trash.
A recent study came out showing that these are loaded with glyphosate, which is a known human carcinogen. They also get you with this American Heart Association stamp. This is actually just a stamp that is bought and paid for. A company just has to pay a fee, and then they can put this stamp on their box.
All right, so it says it can help you lower cholesterol, but you don't want to focus on the garbage on the front. Instead, you want to read the ingredients. That's what they don't want you to focus on. And the Honey Nut Cheerios are no better because you got to focus right here. What does it say? Contains bioengineered food ingredients.
It means that they're using GMOs or genetically modified food, and your body does not recognize that as real food.
An excellent option is organic Lovebird cereal.
They use.
How about just skip the cereal overall?
That's one reason why probably 3/4 of American products are not available in Europe, is because of all the crap we put in them. And if you actually look at the ingredients list of an American brand of a product and a European brand of a product, you're going to find that a lot of those chemicals that we see every day and can't pronounce aren't in the UK versions.
Yep. So that's what they say. If you can't pronounce it, you probably shouldn't eat it. And I don't know if I covered it on the show, but I was watching a video. I think I did cover it, related to how these companies get those, stickers and brands that says that they work with these the people who do these surveys.
One of the biggest name vitamin producers is acknowledged by the American Medical Association of vitamin or health and nutrition. And if you actually look it up, that institute is actually a shell company owned by 2 or 3 of the biggest vitamin producers.
Right, and the same thing happens with the cereal and with the meat and all the different. So yeah, they get to say that they're healthy. A lot of times,
the USDA is the only standard by meats you should go by. If you're saying authorized by this company or that company, just no.
Just disregard.
That is, I won't call it misinformation, but I will call it distracting information.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So how you feeling, man? How was things?
Been a week, man. I'm glad I just hit my weekend.
Yeah, Monday is my pretty much my weekend too. Like I'm off tomorrow, so I get to sleep in.
I work Wednesdays. All right. Wednesday through Sunday is when I work. So I get 2 days off, but I drive Lyft too, so I really don't get 2 days off. But 2 days off at that place where, man, you just have those weeks where everybody's just at each other's throat and bickering, and you don't really want to get involved with it, but at the same time, you just want to destroy everyone there.
Yeah, it was drama at my job tonight too. Yeah. I was happy to get up out of there. I ain't gonna lie. Very happy to get out of there.
Well, we got 2 or 3 out of 6 servers that have actually been in a real corporate environment, different kind of stuff. We got 2 servers that have worked for 20 years, but only at this mom and pop place. And there's a whole lot of argument about, how it should be done, how things get done, this, that, and the other. And it's like, it's kind of like walking into a place and getting that guy that's worked as a server for a couple of years as your boss when you've worked as a server for 20. You just got to keep your mouth shut because that's not the way it's done. But it is here.
Yeah, I think that's true in all industry.
Oh, this is bad. It's like, come on, man. I mean, I'm talking. It's like, you do realize that's a health violation, right? I am not going to do it the way you tell me, because I am not going to be responsible if a ticket pops up and that's what it's for, if I'm going to be the one responsible for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nothing bad. It's just little things that I know about because I've been the guy dealing with the health department and stuff like that before. And it's nothing big, but if you get that one health department guy that like just wants to spank people because he's had a bad day, it's going to not be pretty. If you understand that.
Yeah. Look at this. It's kind of related to the other thing we were talking about. It says the Food and Drug Administration rescinded its marketing ban on Juul Labs on Thursday, opening the door for the e-cigarettes to come back to stores.
Ooh, so I wonder who recently got some campaign donations.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's not good for you. Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's not good for you. Oh, we don't like all of the different flavors, so it has to just be, no flavors because it's promoted to kids. And you know what? No, just take them all off the shelf. And
it's bullshit. Like, we say that verdict backfired. We got to find a way to get some votes amongst the black people. Let's give them their menthol back.
Yeah, no telling.
I'm sorry. I know I'm horrible for saying that, but
ain't no telling, man.
There is just enough of a spark of truth in there that it makes it funny.
I wouldn't put it past them. What was I gonna say?
Well,
Freaking,
what is he going to do to start getting the people of color back? Because he's losing them bad now.
I don't know, man. I've been seeing a lot of stuff that is saying opposite to that. You know,
Well, I'm looking at what I'm seeing on. I'm seeing more people of color turn around and say, "I'm not voting the way I did last time," than I am seeing, the other way around. I'm seeing more people admittedly not liking how things are going, how they're talking about how the deception of how wonderful the economy is, but not for people that make less than $100,000 a year.
yeah.
It's harder on us. If you make 100 or better a year, you're okay. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah. Well, of course you're gonna be okay. But with these electric cigarettes, you know what I was thinking when they did have like the flavors and they had the juice that didn't have any nicotine in it, and it was just like a flavor, I liked those. And those were a lot of people were getting off cigarettes as a result of that. And I think that's what they realized.
They were just switching one habit for another.
Yeah, but it was no nicotine in that stuff, and they were getting off of the cigarettes. They were getting off of the nicotine. So now
they're getting goo in their lungs because of the caramelized and the thickened sugar and stuff like that. The ones with the menthol, it was stopping them from being able to take cold medicines and stuff that are menthol based. They just stopped working on you and stuff, just like smoking the cigarettes do.
Well, I smoke cigarettes still, but I remember when I was puffing the ones, I can't tell you specifically, but I would go and get them from the smoke shops, and it would be the oil, and it didn't have any nicotine in it. And I felt
the oil that had the wicks in them, those were getting mold in the wicks from the moisture, and they were getting mold into people's lungs and stuff like that.
Well, I felt,
and that's why they switched to the jewels and the stuff like that. That's why they switched to the individual ones that had the tanks and didn't use the wicks anymore.
Yeah, well, I felt a lot better. I could breathe better.
I successfully quit smoking for 3 years using Blue cigarettes and a couple of the other brands before it all got redone and everything changed.
Yeah, once they changed everything, it fucked it up because now I can't smoke these. They have so much nicotine in these damn like these Juul ones. They make my heart palpitations. Like they make me feel sick. Like I can't smoke them.
You know why, don't you? All 3 of the major brands of e-cigarettes were bought out by Big Tobacco.
Yeah,
they shut down. And then they've been reintroduced, which is what I think just happened to Juul.
Yeah, so that's what I think. So, and what it did was it led me back, because I was smoking a lot less. Like I wasn't smoking cigarettes at all, hardly. And so then when they switched the shit and made the nicotine so strong in these, what did it do? It drove me back to smoking cigarettes because it was a lot less nicotine, and I didn't feel like shit.
Like that seasick, nauseous almost because of that too much nicotine.
I felt sick. It would give me headaches. My heart would be
when you're
fast.
9 and Dad catches you with the cigarettes and makes you smoke 3 fucking packs.
You want to throw up. Yeah, that's terrible what they doing to people. I was wondering. Remember when they had those oxygen bars in Houston, and then they took them all away? And I think that that's a good thing. Why don't they sell something like that? That's like not kind of like a e-cigarette, but it's oxygen. You know what I mean? Like a flavored oxygen.
Because small tanks of oxygen, especially in 100+ degree cars in Houston, are going to explode because it's going directly feed whatever heat. That's why people just don't generally carry oxygen tanks around. That's why they get the smaller ones, or they've got stuff like that. Oxygen is actually not safe.
Well, why come they can't, create some kind of technology that get past that problem? They have these damn cups that your car can burn the hell up.
Make money.
Exactly, and it's not good for it's good for people's health too. You know what I mean?
No, not necessarily. The benefits of it are not going to be enough for the small pack carry it around or something like it's going to do anything.
Well, it's gonna keep if
You got
you're
compressed, maybe liquefied oxygen. You get basically have a fucking frozen explosive right there on carrying around in your pocket.
Well, if like I'm saying though, if you're doing that instead of smoking cigarettes or the vapes, you know, I would have to assume
Again,
that would be better.
Far not worth the risk or the insurance to put that out on the market.
Yeah, I just don't see why they couldn't be able to. Like I said, you got cups that your car can burn it completely up, and your cup is still fine. They can't create technology to freaking protect that shit or whatever, or keep it from getting too hot or whatever.
No, because if they could, they would have done it. If they could at a reasonable price, they would have done it.
No, I don't think they have a motivation for stuff like that. Stuff that makes people healthy.
If you can at a good price, at a reasonable price with stable technology, it will get done.
I don't. You have way more faith in the market than I do.
No, I actually have more knowledge of the kind of stuff we're talking about.
Okay.
That's what it's really not that healthy to just walk around and breathe oxygen every now and then. It's actually better to work your lungs or get a breathing trainer. Or if you really want to get better and stuff like that, move to Colorado or up in the mountains somewhere where the air is thinner. And then you'll learn how to breathe better after about 6 to 8 months of getting dizzy a lot.
Let me play this right here. Check it out.
Hey, you get down here, it'll be like breathing soup, man. I swear.
Yeah. Let me play this.
We need more psychology. We need more understanding of human nature, because the only real danger that exists is man himself. He is the great danger. And we are pitifully unaware of it. We know nothing of man. Far too little. His psyche should be studied, because we are the origin of all coming evil. We need more psychology. We need more understanding of human nature, because the only real danger that exists is man himself.
What do you think about that? Carl Jung, The Origin of Evil.
I mean, considering that anything and stuff like that of nature is natural and animal and stuff like that, yeah, I mean, it requires free will for there to be evil. Otherwise, it's nature. I mean, you have to make the choice to be bad.
Well,
otherwise,
what about?
I mean, in lower life and stuff like that, it's called survival.
Yeah. So, but what about in humans when we do stuff to survive that's bad, or maybe some stuff that we do is like natural to us and we look at it as bad? Like, let me give you an example. I was talking at work to someone about monogamy, and I was like, I don't think it's natural for humans to be, monogamous over like their lifetime and shit like that.
Men or women in general?
Both. So we look at it as a moral sin.
Nature
to
in
cheat.
General, monogamy is far more common among females than males, which also turns around into a pack mentality in which only the strongest males will be able to have females. That's why we can't measure human psychology and mentality by the natural wilderness system, because we are not wilderness animals. We are civilized animals. And the civilization is a huge difference and doesn't necessarily go against nature, but it is a different kind of nature.
Well, what is civilization other than like a organization of rules? of like telling you what's, moral and what's not, and us, following that.
You're taking
idea.
it to a further further. I'm just talking about tribal nature right now. I'm talking about small families roaming around. Same difference. I'm going back to our first, more animalistic days. You want to get into something advanced? Yes, our high brain and stuff like that has created a different world in which a new nature applies.
I just don't think that humans are separate from the animal kingdom.
Absolutely, we are, because of civilized. We are absolutely different from any other species that has come before or probably will come again.
I don't believe that.
Of
We're
course,
definitely
because it allows people to do bad things and have the excuse of, oh, well, it was just the animal nature. No. It allows people to say, oh, well, that's beyond my choice because I was reacting only to my animal nature. So I can't be held accountable.
Yeah, I
for
could
the
feel
choice
that.
that I hurt these people because I needed this, and my animal nature says, well, they had it, I can take it. That's an animal nature. That justifies it. That justifies right there. That is a difference between civilization and animal right there.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that line of thought. I just think that, we as
Just
humans,
I'll tell you, I have more respect for a man that robs someone and walks away than a man that comes and steals their tools out of their truck in the night. Because in the first one, you've taken their money away. You've taken, maybe caused some hardship. In the second scenario, you have now taken away their ability to make money, to recover, to recuperate this. You have fostered more misery than just taken from somebody. You've now potentially cost the life and livelihood of an entire and future of an entire family rather than just that one little bit of money one time, which in and of itself is evil because you are taking from somebody else against their will with no choice. Say, by force. That is not animal. That is choice.
well, animals make choices. And I saw
Is one or not. Okay, so it's okay if I go out and cannibalize one of these homeless people by your argument, if I can't afford food.
I'm not making that argument. No, I'm not making that argument.
Why then like you just said, you're saying animal choice. That's a justification for that robbery for him. He chose to put down, harm another man, another family. That is a choice. That is a civilized choice, or actually uncivilized. That is part of the civil contract. That's not animal. That's being an animal. That's not being a man.
Those terms like civilized are stuff that we created. It
comes along with the cities and thousands of years of recorded history and building ourselves to a people that aren't just tearing at each other's teeth and killing each other wantonly for no reason, unless you live in uncivilized areas of the world.
I watched this
and
video.
I'm not talking civilization like you are barbarians and we are Rome. All who are not Rome are barbarians. I'm not talking about it like that. I'm talking about social contract. Living with other humans is not the same as these feral animal colonies that we have out there. There are completely different rules, thought processes, and mentalities that apply to them.
Well, who's to say that animals don't have social contracts?
Of course they do and don't. They don't. I'm sorry. You're not going to see a round of stray cats and stray dogs all having a hunky-dory freaking time because, it's not Animal Farm and shit like that. They bite, they scratch, they claw, they fight, they kill each other. Why? Because they're different species, because there's predators and prey amongst them.
Well, that's the chaos of the universe. I saw a map that showed these wolves terrains and how they respected each other's boundaries and all stayed
Yes,
more or
it's
less
called hunting
within.
It's called hunting territory. And if you notice in the areas where, if you go further into that same study and stuff like that, you'll find that the areas where they crossed over each other's territory, if they were both in that area at the same time, they fought.
Yeah, so what's the difference between that and the social contract that of humans?
Because ours is made from a civilized point of view, and we can make choices to adhere to it. They stick with their natural instincts only. That contract, like you're talking, there is no contract when they're in the same vicinity. It's war. It's violence.
That happens with us too.
Less and less. See, here's the thing. You're trying to throw it all back to the worst of humanity and all that stuff, and it's not. We are more. We are above that. Our intelligence, our society places us in a mentality and a plane above hedonistic, uncontrollable, violent animals. That is why violent nastiness has to be removed from the society, or it is going to continue to prey and murder and kill. That's why we have to do that. And if you sit there and say we need to let murderers out and shit like that, I'm gonna fight that too.
I'm just saying what my whole argument right now is that I don't think that we're very much different. And a lot of that stuff is the arguments I'm continuing to make, that you train that, like the animals, they train each other. They teach the matriarch, the older, the adult, the elders, they teach the younger ones.
They have family units.
And they teach them about stuff like the boundaries, the hunting territories and so forth and so on. That they're not just born instinctively making up territories that they respect.
It's not even respected territory.
That would be a social contract.
It's not a respected territory if they fight for that territory anytime they're in location of each other. Is it? There is no real boundary if they fight every time they approach that area. That is a war zone. That is contested territory. That is an animalistic fight for territory.
We do the same thing. What happened?
Kind of like Russia going into Ukraine. See, again, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying that's some evil shit. Why? Because it is about greed and force. It is about taking what other people have, which is part of what sets civilization and the animals apart, and it's supposed to. It has made a difference for thousands of years. We're still not figuring it out. Are we animalistic in nature? Yes. Why? Are we animals? Yes. But we are not fucking animals in the woods. We are above that. Our philosophy, our faith, our religion, our science has made us a different class of animal.
Okay. Check this out right here. It says on June 9th, 2024, the 50-euro petrodollar agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia, signed on June 6, 1974, will come to an end. Will the House of Saud defy their American masters? If the agreement is not renewed, all oil sales in exchange for US dollars will cease, making a significant economic and political event. The caption, it says, they've decided not to renew. My granny always said, if Big Bullies was beating me up, pick up a bricks and knock them out. If you know, you know. So, BRICS is working on a currency. Let me read this next slide. It says, this could lead to substantial decrease in global demand for the US dollar. When countries begin selling oil in currencies other than the dollar, it reduces the demand for dollars and increases the demand for the alternative currency. This shift can weaken the dollar and potentially contribute to its collapse. It says, Mohammed bin Salman has chosen not to renew a security agreement with the U.S. set to expire June 9, 2024. This means Saudi Arabia can now sell oil and other goods in currencies like the RMB, the euro, the yen, the won, and more, instead of just the US dollar. So yeah, what do you think about that? Let me read some comments. It says, first comment, it says, I'm a black man. This means nothing for me. Another one says, the patriarchy is falling and the matriarchy is rising. We're watching history in real time. I don't know how they can get patriarchy and matriarchy from this. Another comment that says, pick up our bricks was a clever line. Another comment that says, another chicken coming home to roost. I saw this coming when countries announced the US dollar would no longer be their currency for trade. Another comment, several Middle Eastern and African countries, reportedly Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Senegal, Cameroon, Algeria, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia have decided to withdraw their gold reserves from the US. Another comment that says, hyperinflation. Anybody seen the money situation in Venezuela? No, never mind. You know Drake brushed his teeth this morning. Yeah, whenever they talk about the hyperinflation in Venezuela, I have to say that, you know, there's outside influences that really help that situation be the way that it is. Another comment says, given the crippling debts the country and individual citizens are in, a weakening global dollar would not bode well for us. I was heading to get gas tomorrow, but I will go now. It's not going to make much of a difference. Another comment that says, I don't blame them. Tired of USA being so controlling and everybody else poor except the politicians and the JWS. Another comment that says, the last contract was written 50 years ago. They won't renew, but you can guarantee they will renegotiate a new one. The U.S. is the largest oil producer, and we have the strongest economy in the world right now. It's likely that they will renegotiate. Another comment that says, we are witnessing the slow, painful death of the petrodollar, combined with the bullying sanctions backfiring, leading countries to deal with their own currencies. The dollar hegemony is over with. The USD is about to go down, crash, and burn.
Yeah, no. Half of these people don't have any clue what the fuck they're talking about. The petrodollar is not a currency. It's just a system of management and agreements to use the dollar for oil trading. That's all it is. I mean, but see, the fear is we have BRICS and we've got China trying to do their own petro yuan, which they're trying to force people that they trade with to trade in the yuan, because that allows them to manipulate the value of the currency through the CCP, which they can do, rather than the U.S. having basically markets controlling it, except, of course, for the assholes that keep printing money when it shouldn't exist.
Man, I'm tired. I'm still feeling it. Let me play this. Check it out.
Sold my car and started riding the bus around LA, and whenever I tell someone that here, they assume it's because I got a DUI, and I let them know that that's not the case. My nervous system was just fried, and they say, no, really, if you need someone to go to meetings with, I have a brother who's an alcoholic. I understand how this is. I'm here to support you, which is really nice. But the truth is, I'm angry when I drive a car. I'm angry at other drivers. I'm angry at everything that's in my way. And I've realized it's not because I'm trying to get to where I'm going faster. It's because I wanted to get out of my car as quick as possible. The experience of driving is actually really uncomfortable, but we've been conditioned to think it gives us all this freedom. And yeah, driving up the coast with no one on the road, yeah, that's great. But everyday use, that freedom's not there. It's actually just petrifying, hurtling through space against thousands of other cars as they hurtle through space in these fragile bodies of ours. So yeah, I'm riding the bus for a while, and I don't mind it one bit. Well, I do mind it once in a while, but it's been better than driving. I sold my car and started riding the bus.
So yeah, this is deeper than it seems, I would say. And the name of the show today is Anger is Spreading. And the systems of how we live isn't conducive to human nature, I would say. And a lot of the regular mundane activities that we do are having impacts on us in this way that's leading to this frustration, this anger, this depression, anxiety levels are crazy through the roof. And I can sympathize with this guy a lot. You know, the line he said about, you know, it's not that I'm trying to get there faster. I just want to get out of my car. I just want to spend less time in my car. And I think he's right about that. I think a lot of us are doing that. And it's what's leading to the road rage and the anger. You're stuck in the traffic, and
that's the rub right there. It's not the wanting to get there and get out of your car. It's the not wanting to be stuck in this traffic while you're trying to move around. You have a destination place to go. It's not necessarily how fast or slow, but it's like you want to get there, damn it. And these people are in my fucking way. You know, this idiot that cut me off, this one that did it, this guy that keeps rolling up and not letting people in when, you know, just letting one car, taking turns and letting one car in could make everybody's day happier. I mean, shit, have you seen the look on somebody's face when you sit there and actually let them get in line in front of you? Man, who knows if that person there is going to go and do something nice for somebody later today. Because of that, they remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I've lived since 93, so almost a little more than 30 years, or 32 years, 92, in Houston. I've probably had a car a total of 3 of those years. And we have one of the crappiest mass transportation systems in the country. But since I've lived off of Westheimer, I've only had to deal with one, maybe 2 buses. And the only thing that started getting me agitated was taking an hour and a half to get to work and an hour and a half back, instead of being able to do it in 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah. The way we build the cities, though, you know, they just keep building more freaking freeways, and it's just more cars on the road. It's not improving.
I'm not going to back spy cities.
And the bus system sucks. It drives you to drive. Because I'm not going to lie, driving the car is definitely better than riding the bus.
If you don't live off of a major artery of the bus, it sucks. If you've got to take more than one, heck, even one transfer from one direction to another, sometimes can take as much as an hour to an hour and a half. If you're not like on a major cross line, you might have to wait for an hour and a half between buses, 2 hours sometimes.
So, and there's certain areas of the city, it's inaccessible by bus.
Yeah, you cannot get to at all.
So, you know, like I always say, you know, systems manage people, people manage systems.
But strangely enough, most of those high income areas have a bus stop or 2 spread out amongst them. You know why? That way the maids and the people can get to their houses.
The system doesn't have to be the way that it is. Like I saw a story, I was reading a story about how in Houston there's no transit to the airports. Like there's no train to the airports. And other cities in the US have that. And it's like the weirdest thing. Why wouldn't we at the very least have a train to the airport?
Yeah, all they've got is shuttles to some of the major hotels, and most of those are only in the airport area. And think a couple of them go to either downtown or Galleria area hotels. But it's the hotels, it's not the cities or the airlines.
Yeah, so you'd have to have booked, reservations at those hotels to
You would
be able
think
to.
that they would put, you would think that they would put in bus or a train line just so employees could get there. That way
So-
they could save the parking area to charge. Oh yeah, that's right. They probably charge their employees for parking too.
It's crazy. So, what I'm saying is the system doesn't have to be the way it is. And it's not working for the mental health of humans. You know what I mean? We want our freedom to drive around in our cars or whatever, but meanwhile we're road raging and depressed and angry. Yeah, that's a thing. This goes with the other one right here. It says BRICS countries officially starts work on a currency. Yeah, a BRICS currency would be a huge deal.
Will you please stop?
If you had all of these countries trading in the same currency, that would be a game changer big time. It likely to be one of those countries' currencies, like the Chinese yuan, and then they would all just trade in that one.
That's what I was just mentioning about.
Yeah, but they could come up with like a whole new currency, call it the BRICS or something, and then that way one country wouldn't have, so much pull over the rest of them.
Well, see,
If they,
the recent example of that, the best I can tell you right now is what happened in the UK with the euro. That tanked really, really bad. And then everybody started trying to pull out of that agreement because of how bad the currency tanked. The trick is how are they going to back their dollar? Is it going to be substance backed or is it going to be promise backed? Because our currency used to be substance backed. Silver, gold, blah, blah, resource backed. Now it is the promise of not even of the American government, but the promise of the Federal Reserve that it will keep the dollar strong, that keeps it, strong. And with everything going on, all the printing of the money the last few years and stuff like that, without the resource back, all of a sudden the Federal Reserve is kind of losing its authority, its power of its word is shrinking. And with Congress constantly spending more money than we can afford paying out in interest, or all we're doing is paying the minimum interest on these things, like teenagers with credit cards, and then still spending more and adding that debt. I mean, that's what's killing us right now. Congress with a pretty new credit card and saying, hey, there's $1 trillion more in the system, so we can spend more now, can't we? It's like, no, that money should be used to keep Americans floating and keep circulating amongst Americans, not being collected by the top fucking 30 companies in the world.
Check this out. It says Russia ready to arm U.S. enemies.
Oh, they've been doing that for the last 60 years.
So RT posted this. It says, since the U.S. and its allies are sending weapons to Ukraine, Russia is fully prepared to arm Washington's enemies in turn. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev has said, taking to social media on Thursday, Medvedev addressed President Putin's comments to a meeting of news channels heads where he floated the possibility of such a response. This is a rather significant change of our foreign policy, wrote Medvedev, continuing that up until this point, the Yankees and their drooling dogs have felt entitled to arm Ukraine in order to destroy Russia by any means possible. Now may the United States and its allies experience firsthand the direct use of Russian weapons by third parties, continued Medvedev. These persons or regions have been intentionally left unnamed, but it can be all those who consider the Yankee Land and Company their enemy, regardless of their political outlook and international recognition. Their enemy is the U.S., and that means to us they are friends. Medvedev comments come as Western countries are beginning to lift restrictions on the use of their weapons by Ukraine, greenlighting Ukraine strikes into what they consider Russian territory. Yeah, I saw a story about a Russian strike within Russia that happened, I want to say this past week. Let's read a comment. It says, an eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. If Russia and China armed Mexican drug cartels to launch attacks in America with military weapons, America would demand war. The difference is Putin doesn't want an all-out war with America. It's the West who keeps insisting and pushing for war with Russia.
Hey, I agree kind of in a way. If it's one thing for us to arm them for defense against invasion. If they want to go on to the attack and move into Russian territory, that is no longer our business. We were there to help them defend themselves. If they want to become the aggressor, that is where we need to stop. Right there. We're not funding a Russian-Ukrainian or Ukrainian-Russian war. We were funding the defense of the Ukrainian territory. Period.
Yeah. The
as
story
soon as they go over the line, America should go, okay, we'll maybe help send food and water to your people and stuff like that. But if you're going to go if you're going to invade Russia now, we can't put that money in your pockets. We can't give you that anymore. You have become the aggressor, not the defender, and we don't want part of wars of aggression. Period.
Yeah, because it could lead to a all-out hot war between Russia and the United States.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even going that far with it. I'm just stating right there at the point of we helped you defend your territory and stuff like that. If you want to take it from a defense of your lands into an invasion, what right do you have to invade? We protected you because they had no right to invade and take your territory. What gives you the right to invade and take their territory? We can't help with that. We can't be part of that because we're like I said, we're not part of we're here to help you defend.
Let me read some more comments. It says supporting Ukraine really wasn't our business. Another one that says the Houthis are going to love it. Another one that says I think the Palestinians should be armed so they can defend themselves from the torment of the Zios.
All these countries that aren't part of these Middle Eastern nations need to get out of the Middle Eastern nations. I don't think there will ever not be genocide and war through the Middle East. Even when we weren't involved, it was going on. We said we were getting involved to stop it. It still went on. As soon as we left, it started back. The only reason that we're trying to do what we can is they have shit we want and need. But we don't really want and need it that much because we can do it ourselves if the administration would stop making it so hard and so easy and hard. If they would stop changing the fucking rules every 4 to 8 years, we could get something done here with the U.S. a lot better. But when literally each president comes in and his first order of business is they've been in 30 days writing executive orders which counter everything from the last administration possible, it's like no progress is ever going to be made. That's why we're still acting like it's the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. That Plus, these old fucking boomers need to step down. Everyone's talking about Gen X, Gen X. It's like, you got to understand, by the time Gen X has a chance to start really stepping into politics, we're going to be older than the boomers because they're not letting go.
Let me read a couple more comments and I'm going to move on. It says, Russia said free Palestine. Another one that says, can't wait for a Russian airfield in Tijuana. Another one, let's go
Actually, it's in
Russia.
Venezuela.
Another one that says, turn the heat up, Putin.
No, there's actually Russian airfields built in Venezuela, and they're being used by China and Russia to start doing business with them. Venezuela is going to end up being part of BRICS. And that's going to cause a whole shit show.
Let's move on. Check it out. It says HPD is leaning heavily on plate scanning cameras as technology steps in for staffing shortages. They keep on saying this shit about staffing shortages. They blame that excuse on every fucking thing that they do. I don't believe them.
No, you know when people said cut their budgets and do other stuff, it's the desk people and the it's those people are the ones that got their jobs cut. It's the people that process stuff. I mean, it's the grunts that actually help that are getting fired, not the 18 cops that show up for a jaywalking charge tripping over each other.
Yeah, I don't believe them when they say, I mean, it sounds like an excuse, not to say that they don't have staffing shortages. It just sounds like an excuse to do things that they want to do. And then they just use that as like,
if you remember, HPD let go of, I think it was 10 or somewhere between 8 to 15% of its, what it was considered non-essential staff, which are basically the nerds on the computers and stuff like that, the non-badged officers, the people processing paperwork, the stuff that where they were already overworked and doing 3 people's jobs, and it was, they're the ones why someone goes to jail and it takes 6 months for them to go to trial. They cut a lot of those people, which is why trial times are starting to take longer. Tickets used to be 30 days. You had to show up. Now it's 2-3 months and 2 or 3 months away for you to when you get a ticket. That's the people that are getting cut. The people that are processing that stuff.
Let me read this. It says, as Houston public safety leaders continue to decry what they say are staffing shortages, the police department has come to rely on a license plate scanning technology more than any other city in the country, Acting Police Chief Larry Satterwhite said at a recent hearing. Houston now leads the nation with more than 3,800 license plate reading cameras, the chief said, and the technology is showing promise in helping investigators close cases. The cameras track license plates and notify law enforcement of any past links to crimes. While law enforcement experts in Houston and elsewhere have praised the technology for helping investigators solve crimes faster and more efficiently, some civil rights groups have voiced concern about how the technology stores data and intrudes on people's privacy. So yeah, this makes me think about how they be talking about China and the surveillance state of China and how it's so horrible and all of that. Well, this sounds like the same thing here.
I'm going to swing from the right and the left on this particular one, because this is what I'm talking about, like we're saying, the surveillance state and all that. But see, now another problem is, say a buddy loans you a car. That buddy did some heinous shit and didn't really tell you about it. Now his license plate is linked to it because in the computer, he owns the car. When you're going down the street, the cops don't know that because they don't necessarily visually ID you. They only ID you and react to the charges about someone else by the license plate. Now they're stopping you for no reason, just because you're driving a car of someone who committed a crime, whether you're them or not. They're linking the car to the crime, to the criminal, to the crime, instead of making sure that that's actually the person they want by IDing them. So now, because he punched somebody and is considered violent, now you got 8 cop cars full of cops, all of them with one hand on their tool belt, stopping you, freaking you out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of this. Just like I'm not a fan of the ticket writing cameras.
Yeah.
I mean, that's too much. That's where we're getting to some of that. Now, the surveillance state is coming. There's nothing we can do about it. And the one benefit, and here I am swinging from the other side, a benefit to what they're doing is this helps to eliminate the necessity for high-speed chases. Because now they can use the cameras to track the car and the airboat instead of having someone follow them at all kinds of crazy speeds and stuff like that through places.
And go pick them up at their house. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about this either. Like, I don't like the idea, because what if they build a profile on you? Like you said, you end up in somebody else's car or something like that for whatever reason. And then they start building, a file on you, because I'm sure that they're gonna.
I'll give a good example of how it could happen. My buddy the other day needed to go get his kid, and his wife wouldn't, from the school, but his wife wasn't there in time to give him the car. So I let him use my car to go pick up his kid and drop his kid off at home and then come back. Well, if he had decided to rob something along the way, now my license plate is now attached to that robbery. And now all of a sudden, my permanent record, every time my license comes up, is going to say potential suspect in robbery. Or in my case, if someone had something bad on me, he could have been scanned by the cop, potential firearm, or potential whatever my crime had been.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, like I said, let the dude run and grab his kid from school, drop him off, and come back.
Yeah. So it could go both ways.
That's what I'm saying. You work in a place where people will do that for each other once in a while.
Yeah.
The power of mom and pop stores, man. You can actually trust them to do that.
So it
corporate
says
store, I don't know many people we worked corporate with that I would have been willing to say, yeah, pick your kid up and come back.
Yeah, so it says Houston now leads the nation with more than 3,800 license plate reading cameras. Acting Police Chief Larry Satterwhite said on a hearing on the department's budget for 2025. Yeah, I don't really know. I think it's a good thing overall. And like you said, there's no stopping this. This is the future. It's like we're one of the biggest cities in the United States, and the jurisdiction of the HPD is ridiculous. Like what they have to deal with for the metropolitan Houston area.
We're not just one of the largest one of the top, I think, 5 or 7 largest population cities. I think of those cities, we have the largest square mile area as well. And that's just the Houston. When you consider the greater Houston metroplex area, we are actually larger than some states. In population and land area.
So the stuff they have to deal with is ridiculous. And so this is the future. I mean, surveillance, I don't see any way out of it, really.
I think New Jersey or New Hampshire, one of those, if you lay it over Houston, the entire state actually fits in our greater metroplex border.
I think what's important is we have to pay attention and, have some kind of say in how these technologies are implemented. You know what I mean? How they're being used is what's going to be important, because it's not going to be no stopping the surveillance state, if you will, but how it's being used is, that's what's going to matter.
That ultimately, when it's up, is something that the people will have no control over.
Hopefully that's not true.
Because sooner or later, someone is going to use it to do what they want, because it's there and it can be done. I mean, that unfortunately is the nature of power and is the nature of politics, and is the way that we're heading now, that we've got all these people telling us they're our leaders instead of our representatives. And instead of asking what we want in America and want done, they're telling us, this is what you need to think. This is what you need to do. We're doing this because it's the right thing, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Let's read a couple comments. It says, first one, it says, have you seen all those paper plates though? So
Yes. That's
further,
something we're working on here.
Yeah, so that's interesting because, the further technology moves ahead, the further it has, these surveillance or whatever, people are going to come with outs or ways around it, ways to hack the system. And this would be one right here with those paper plates. And I have seen a lot of paper plates. So then you would have to have the cops pull over everybody with paper plates to try to verify that they're legit,
Well, see, at this point, they're changing. What they're trying to do is change the paper plates and change the laws on getting them. They're trying to incorporate scanning technology into it, to where as soon as you're issued a paper plate by the dealership registers it with the Texas Auto, whatever the
TxDOT.
Yeah. And you literally have 30 days or 90 days, or something, 30, 60, or 90 days in which to switch that. Now, the only way they can really start going after that is to start pulling over everyone with an expired tag.
Yeah. That can get you pulled over, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you know why they're going on the paper tags right now, don't you? People are printing their own paper tags, and they're doing robberies, drive-bys, stuff like that with the paper tag on, and then they'll switch it back to the other paper tag.
Mm-hmm.
And they're driving around because, for the last year or two after the whole pandemic, the cops are trying to be cool with people about not having an inspection sticker, about licenses being out, because it's still difficult to get in and out of government offices
since COVID.
Because I mean, things are still backed up. It's still a pain in the ass. I mean, they're trying to be cool about it, but unfortunately, the criminal element is, the people are the people that are being nefarious are screwing it up for all the people that are trying to be legit. I got pulled over the day after my paper tag expired.
But look, if the person is doing something nefarious, then they're not going to be the one that's going to have the paper tag that's outdated. They're going to make sure, if they can print them, then they're going to print a paper tag that has a date that's still within the parameters. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's
but
more likely.
But that's just it. When that number's scanned, that's why they're changing to the newer technology in the scanning. When they scan that plate is going to come up. That number is going to come up, and it's going to go, and it's going to have the expiration date on it. You can print one visually, and it stops the cop on the street from looking at it and going, "That's an expired tag." But the scanners are going to, and the scanning technology is going to automatically process that through .gov or .tex or whatever, and say, this is the bad license plate. And that's going to be a initial response, or that's going to be a primary ability for a pullover, is if it scans and it comes back as a bad plate, that's automatically, they're trying to make the law to where that's automatically a reason to pull you over instead of having to pull you over for doing something else and then checking on your plates.
Yeah. I don't know how efficient that system is, because I had a situation not that long ago where I bought a car and I didn't receive the new plates for whatever reason, but it had plates on there from when I bought them, but they're supposed to change once the owners change. But I didn't receive the new plates, and I drove around with that car for, I don't know, 2-3 years or something like that. And then I got pulled over for something else, and they ran the plates, and they was like, those plates aren't registered to nothing. And they were like, and they took my plates away too. So, but it ended up being not that big of a problem, because the next day I went and I went to the courthouse, and they printed me new plates using my sticker, my registration sticker that was on the car, because the registration sticker is tied to the correct plates. So I ended up having to go to court because the dude gave me a slew of tickets or whatever, but it was all nothing but a pain in the ass for me and time consuming.
After a couple of months, you should have asked for it, or you should have filed for lost title.
Yeah,
or filed with your title.
Yeah, it was something that just slipped my mind.
What it is. I ain't got time for that shit.
Yeah, I never dealt with it. But but what I'm saying is, I don't know how efficient their system is related to that, because I drove around for 3 years with these plates that were apparently not legal. They weren't correct. Anyways, let me read some more comments. It says, a lot of whining in these comments. Maybe they're guilty of something. Hey, if these cameras could lead to the impoundment of all the crooked cars driving around with fake and expired paper plates, they'd be worth whatever they cost. Another comment that says, keep this filth in NYC. Another one that says, this is necessary. Y'all remember that hit and run at Axelrad? Yeah, I don't think they ever found the Porsche that hit those people and destroyed their lives. Another comment that says, when they did this in Arizona, they called it cash boxes on the roadside and had them removed. Well, that is like with those tickets.
That's the ticket technology.
That's what they're talking about.
Different things.
They did try that in Houston, but the voters kicked that out. But you still have it in some of the outside places, because Jersey Village
removed the technology. They never removed the technology. They just can't. It's still operational. They just can't use it for ticketing people anymore.
Yeah,
it still can be used to track and photo and all of that stuff.
Well, but I know there's some areas outside of Houston that does it, like Jersey Village. I know.
Woodlands,
they do it. If you run a red light, whatever,
Sugarland, they'll mail you all of the surrounding.
You'll get a ticket in the mail
that are built up where people move with money. Now, I don't. Some of them it's allowed out of the Houston city limits, Houston city limits and Harris County as well, because Harris County it's not legal in.
So another comment says, we're no different than China. That's the comment I made. Another one that says,
we are. A lot.
Another comment that says, OMG, here we go with activists. Shaking my head. First they complain because cases are dropped because there's not enough personnel. Now they're supposed invasion of privacy. How is the cameras taking your pic and storing that info different from your record the police can look up when they pull you over? Yeah. Yep. And then they're taking your picture every time you get on the tollway and all of that stuff, So it's already happening. Like I said, I think what matters is how they use the data, That's what really matters. Another comment, it says, so instead of hiring more qualified officers, I never see a cop when they race on the highway. And how about the stole plates and those taped on paper plates from January 2023? Another comment is staffing shortages, quote unquote. See, I don't believe them when they say that. Another one that says they need to be sued. This isn't necessary. Another one that says, what does past crimes have to do with driving down the road? Well, that's a silly comment. I mean,
Well, he's saying past crimes, things that have been done in the past. We're discussing this in the matter of they're trying to track people who are actively criminal. We dismissed that part of the conversation because, yeah. But again, I did mention it, because the license plate will pull up to who owns it. Whoever owns it, like I've got a couple of things on my record that are going to have a cop touch his tool belt when he comes to my window. So past crimes linked to the, but see, that's just the same as calling up the owner. But again, other than the fact of our color being different, if I were to loan you my car, the first thing a cop would see would be, hey, the person driving this car has this, this, and this on his record. So that's going to influence the way he approaches you, and that's going to influence the way that he treats you during that stop, even before he actually identifies you as not being the person.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already got too much of that shit going on.
Yeah. Couple more comments and we'll move on. It says, if it helps with crime that criminal commit, why is this a problem? Another one, if technology can help the cops, I'm all for it. I don't expect privacy when I'm driving. Another one, nothing like scanning license plates for revenue keeping people safe. Yeah, you don't have any privacy once you leave out of your home. You probably don't have that much privacy in your home. They was talking about
anyone that knows what they're doing can wave at you through your own friggin' webcam right now. They can turn your mic on from the other side of the computer and all that. The only way to stop that from happening literally is to unplug it.
The TVs, the Wi-Fi devices, all can be hacked.
I mean, I remember back in the 80s, people were saying that they didn't like cable technology being wired from the wall and all that because the government was going to be spying on us from our own TVs. And like now we pay for it as an extra feature. We pay extra for it. And that's really not a joke anymore. That used to be a joke. That's not a joke anymore.
Yep. Let's do this one. It says a woman tried to bribe a juror in a fraud case with $120,000. A note promised more if she voted to acquit. It says the night before a multi-million-dollar fraud trial was set to wrap up, a woman drove to the home of one of the jurors who was not there at the time, prosecutors said. When the juror's relative opened the door, the woman allegedly handed them a gift bag and parted with them a message. Tell her there will be another bag for her if she votes to acquit. Inside the white bag, splashed with butterflies and flowers, were stacks of $150 and $20 bills totaling $120,000, according to the FBI affidavit. The juror, a 23-year-old woman, immediately called the police when she returned home. The robbery attempt on Sunday night became the latest twist in a legal saga involving 70 defendants accused in a massive pandemic fraud scheme that bilked the government of some bilked. Why did they use that word? That bilked the government for some $250 million, according to the
another word for scam.
Yeah, it's just not common. The government for $250 million. According to the Justice Department, a network of individuals and organizations tied the Minnesota-based nonprofit Feeding Our Future and Partners in Quality Care exploited a federal program meant to feed children in need during the global health crisis. instead spending the funds on luxury cars, houses, vacations, jewelry, and property abroad. So yeah,
he's just trying to change a few words up so it doesn't sound like it was written by ChatGPT, which it kind of does.
yeah, it was choppy for me to read it too. So yeah, this is interesting to me. The people made so much money off of their deal that they had $120,000 floating around that they was willing to use to, bribe somebody to keep them from catching the case related to this thing.
Out of 250 million, I mean, yeah. So they're trying to get their 3 houses too.
Yeah, man. It was a lot of fraud that happened.
That's because
with
whenever
COVID.
free government money is up, people will do everything they can to fucking steal it.
It doesn't go to where it's supposed to go, and people just
That's why I'm so heavily against throwing money at government and state problems, because that's exactly what's going to happen some more. First, we have to address the problems of the way to handle the money and all of that, and we have to start watching who we're just giving this money to and going okay, without them proving a lot more than they're doing. I mean, if we could just freaking drop half of the amount of just pure giveaway, trash stealing, and waste going on, we wouldn't have to have reprinted all that. We wouldn't have to worry about all that reprinted money. People would have money. There would be a lot more homeless taken care of. I'm just waiting for some guy to win a lottery and start buying these big skyscrapers and stuff like that with his lottery money while they're in foreclosure, and then turning them into big friggin' shelters for low-income people in the middle of downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go, guys. Here's 35 floors of low-income families and their kids that need your services and can be employed in your businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Now, tell me why you won't do it. Now, here's the chance. You've got your labor. You've got your people spending money on food and taxes and all of that stuff, all centered right here in this area. Now it's your turn, city.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says they use charity funds to be luxury vacations and cars instead of giving it to kids in needs. Lock them up. Another one that says
I have a problem with people stealing charity funds, man. I do.
Yeah.
I think that I almost think that should be elevated to a level of hate crime against the minority group that they are supposed to be serving.
And let me read another comment. I would have taken the money and still voted guilty. Well, they probably would have sent somebody to rough
for $250 million and revenge only cost them $1.25 for the to load the pew pew. Yeah, you don't play that kind of game.
Another comment.
There are people that'll take care of you for that other 120,000. Heck, I might be considered to do it for 120 right now.
Another comment says, "How the f did they find where the juror lived?" That's a good question.
That's what I'm saying. They rolled up on your house. You do not take the money and don't do it to people that come up and offer it to your family while you are in seclusion.
Yeah.
What that also told them wasn't just, here, I will pay you. What that told that juror is, I can get to your family.
Yeah, I know where you live. I know everything.
And if nothing else, yeah, you can get the bribery on this, but there's a good possibility that can go mistrial if that juror says, I don't want no part of this no more. My life was threatened. I'm out.
Another comment that says, honestly, so impressed at the young woman for reporting it. I would have done the same, but I know a lot of folks wouldn't, and I get why they wouldn't, LOL. Another comment that says, Trump robbed jurors by giving their family members positions on his campaign and still was found guilty. Another one, 240K bribe on a 250 million case. They're light about 2 million. I can do math. Why would they give away the whole like amount anyway? So that's kind of a silly comment, but
Well, you got to realize that's 250K. So that's 3 million split up between 12 jurors. Because if they went for one, you know they're approached more than one.
well, the reason why this caught my eyes is because it makes me think, like, how many times does this kind of thing happen and we don't hear about it? You know?
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why we're hearing about this is because the lady, you know, called the laws. She called the police right away.
It's also one of the reasons why it gets done. Yes, it doesn't get done a lot, but you know, any lawyer caught anywhere near something like that, they don't just get spanked, they get disbarred. Which doesn't necessarily mean they can't work as a lawyer, but they definitely aren't going to be working as a lawyer for that state anymore. Like if you pass the bar in more than one state, they'll probably, that state you're in, unless the crime is bad like that, in which they could turn around and go, hey, you accepted it doesn't matter what state you're in. That's not a lawyer thing. You're disbarred everywhere. But each state bar would have to choose. Yeah, there's no like federal agency over all lawyers or anything like that. Each state has their like to practice law in Louisiana and Georgia and Texas, I have to pass the lawyer's bar exam in all 3 states.
Check this out.
Years, this wild food that I planted will be ready to eat. You can see when they first poke out of the ground, they wear their little seeds as a hat. It'll take 5 years for this thing to make its first flower. And I know what you're thinking. In what world does that make sense? In this world, it makes sense. These are the foods of original creation. And literally everywhere was a garden. In fact, when you compare modern and traditional agriculture, it's easy to see that one is looking out for the future and the other is not. And the ancestors of this land made sure the descendants had food ready to eat right now. These wild carrots that I planted and I'll never see again give more to the soil than they take. Of course, not all wild foods take that long, but breadroots do, which is the main starch and carbohydrate for a wild diet. No matter where you are in the West, there's breadroots. There's hundreds of types, and they're extremely drought resistant. So when nothing else is growing and there's no water, guess what's trying to feed you? So it's kind of like planting fruit you'll never enjoy the fruit of, or a tree you'll never enjoy the shade of. Looking out for the future is an inherently selfless act, and that is how you make the world a better place. And out of hundreds of species of biscuit roots, you can maybe find information on a couple online. Yeah. So when it all boils down to it, I'm in it for the compassionate long game and not the cutthroat short game. And what the lands were here originally in America were never even attempted to be understood, just erased. In about 30 years, this wild food that I planted will be ready to eat. You can see when they first poke.
So you planted a plant that won't be ready to eat for 30 years. The idea is great. It's like, you know, this system that we have of the short-term profits, you know, this exponential growth, this profit over people, you know, is not sustainable. You know, it's super selfish. It's self-destructive. You know, I think for us to be successful as a species, we have to move and think differently. And one of the main things is, you know, like he said, planting a tree you won't feel the shade of, you know, thinking about future generations, you know, making moves for them.
That's,
you know,
old philosophers saying.
Yeah. So, you know, we're so arrogant, we're so selfish, we're so self-centered in the things that we do, you know. And then the attitude is like everyone is that way, so you might as well just be that way. And it's like I'm not that way, I don't think that way, you know. And I don't think it's natural for us to think that way. I think that we've been, you know, programmed to behave and think that way because it benefits the corporations. You know, it benefits the status quo for us to be cutthroat and stabbing each other in the back and just trying to get ahead of the person that's next to you, you know, instead of thinking in a community way. So anyways, this is great right here. I like this a lot.
You know, I have the ashes from both of my first two kitties. And any of my animals that die, I cremate them. And when I get to my forever home, when I buy my property, when I put my, you know, little trailer house on it, whatever, it is my full intention to grow fruit-bearing trees for each of them to match their personalities.
Mm.
And when I go, I would like the same thing to be put under like an oak or a shade or something like that, that not only can people come and hang out in, maybe build a tree house or something like that, but something that they can take the acorns and the seeds and spread around to other parts of the world.
That's
because
beautiful.
that's in that way, that's immortality. And it's a different way of it. It's a different form of it. But it returns me to the earth, and it helps bind my spirit with everything that goes on after. And parts of my spirit get spread out to other people to enjoy shade, to play in the tree, or to cut down and use for firewood to keep them warm for a winter.
I always thought it was weird how we did the way we do funerals and stuff here in the West. And it's like, you know, at some point, everywhere would be a cemetery. It would be a cemetery covering the whole earth. You know what I mean? If a graveyard, you know what I'm trying to say? You know, the way we do it.
Cemetery is holy ground annexed to a holy place. Graveyard is anyone is everything else.
Yeah, well, the way we do it is unsustainable. You know, basically what I'm saying, the way we do it with the caskets and all of that, and it's like, it's really kind of crazy, and all the amount of money that you spend on it, and it's just like
the big ones I hate are the metal and steel lined caskets to stop them from deteriorating. I mean, if they want to put all the stuff in the ground, let it deteriorate over time, I'm not completely against that. People, that's their thing. That's what they want to do. But why are we burying, you know, metal things that actually bleed iron and metals, bad things back into the earth? Matter of fact, nowadays, with all the preservatives we accumulate in our bodies over a lifetime, is it even really safe to bury people anymore?
And you got the mausoleums or whatever they call them, the above ground deals. I mean, I just think it's crazy. You know, I think the cremation makes sense.
It does, but at the same time, I am not going to put my foot or stomp on someone else's beliefs in the way that things should be handled. I mean, I'll disagree with it, but I can't go as far as saying we don't need to do this anymore. But guys, still stop using steel freaking boxes, man. Give back to the earth.
Yeah. Well, if everybody had a funeral with a casket, then the whole earth at some point is going to be a cemetery. Let me read the caption. It says, discussing traditional food systems. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what I can tell you about the traditional food system of original creation. Maintaining habit in ecosystems is our lifeline of prosperity that all life depends on, which does not exclude human habitat. Human beings are a keystone species after all. And a comment that says, "Who plants a tree knowing he will never sit under its shade has just begun to understand the value of life." Another comment that says, "There's numerous native narratives of indigenous people offering settler natural foods, and the settlers were calling them savages. The last wars in Idaho, Oregon, and Wyoming were over Indians and able to have access to and be able to traditionally harvest foods. The culture was just different. One was about living with, and another was about how much can someone milk from places. It's so interesting to see someone get it. I descend from prisoners of the Bannock War, and that war was literally to make Indians be containing in big open air prisons. No harvesting, no hunting, no fishing. They took their kids and starved them. They attacked the wildlife and killed food resources under the auspice of Zionists 1800s. Back then, people like Cotton Mather and Adam Smith pushed to invade the West and destroy the locals. Today, we are witnessing a model developed from watching America. Very cool to see someone appreciate traditional harvesting practices."
Dude, if you're gonna cut and paste word salad, at least use the same freaking fonts.
I think that there was some translation going on here, and that was what was causing it.
I'm seeing 3 or 4 different fonts with that's not a translated statement. I'm seeing what looks to be some GPT, some done from the inside of articles, some being straight off of there. I mean, he spelled Indians NDNZ. I'm sorry, that visually that was too disruptive for me to, draw information from. It's like I can see the word salad in it, and that is not true.
Let me read another comment. It says, "You touch on something interesting here. You make people want to learn more, but it's extremely difficult, if not impossible in some cases." Another one that says, "That root saved me and my mom and brother from COVID. We got extremely sick and I forgot I had some, so I boiled it in a huge pot of water and made an extremely high fire in the house. The next day we had only a cough. That sickness was like no other. It was before it was even announced. I spent some time with our tribe's EESP department planting those plants over the Army Depot in Boardman. I managed to take some seeds home, but I didn't know they'd take that long to grow." Another comment. "I've been replanting Latimus biscuit roots here in BC for the last 5 years. Amazing to see someone else speak on this. It's hard to find. Where are you located?" One more. "It's insane how I've never heard or know about any of this. I was in college for a semester for plant and AG science and never heard any of this. Maybe if I stayed in longer, I would have found out if they teach this, but if not, I wonder why schools don't teach this information. Hearing you explain the properties of these food plants make them seem so insanely important to life, yet this is the first time I've been exposed to them. Please continue to do what you do, man. Much respect and big ups for what you do. Love the content, and I barely started following as of yesterday. Thank you." Yeah, man. There's a reason why this kinds of information gets hidden. It is what it is. They want to say that those people were savages and backwards and that America was unpopulated and all of this stuff. And then once they do that, then they have to tell more lies to,
for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him?
This is important right here. Check it out.
Kept me away from my dad for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him? My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake and kept me away from my father. Every time, this been looking for me since I was a kid.
Yeah.
He's been looking for me. I finally talked to my dad. He's a good dude. My mom told me my dad has not paid child support since I was a kid. I finally meet this. He has like envelopes full of shit proof showing he's been paying child support. My mom calls me. What you doing, baby? What's going on? I'm at my dad's house. What the you doing at? Didn't I say don't discuss family business? My dad bust through the door and snatched the phone. I was trying to no. He's like, hello? Put my son back on the phone. No, it's my son too. What do you want? Put my son back on the phone. And my dad loses it. Going in on my mom. And I'm listening to my mom. All that slapping, abuse, and beating me up, choking me when I'm on the floor, beating me with belts, wrapping hangers around other hangers. My mom turned into a 2-year-old little girl when my dad started talking to her. She talked to me like my entire life. He's yelling on the phone, you mad because I left you. And I didn't want to be with you no more. And you kept my son away from me as a weapon. Whenever my mom would get pissed off by my dad or my sister's dad, she would say, we'll never see your son again if you disrespect. Kept me away from my dad for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him? My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake and kept me away from my father.
It's really, 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 really sad. This story is way too common. I know this firsthand. This story is extremely common. And
everybody knows someone with this kind of story. Maybe not this bad, but that's the sad thing. It's really bad in the Black community, especially, but it's all communities now. I mean, everybody knows at least one person that's gone through this.
And the narrative is my dad left for a pack of cigarettes and never came back or some shit. Like, I'm laughing, but it's not really funny, but this is the stories that the children are told, stuff like that. And a lot of times it's just a bitter mom, bitter behind a bad breakup or something like that. And they use it in a child as a weapon. And this is continuing, like this is getting worse. It's not getting better. And I'm hearing the girls who went through it where they didn't have their father in their life. And they're like, well, I didn't have my father in my life and I'm turned out fine. So my child will be fine too without having a father in their life. And so the cycle,
the generational cycle begins or continues.
It continues. And it's so sad. I'm about to tear up right now thinking about how
from the 70s till now, single parent families in the Black community went from 24% of them to almost 70% or more. I mean, in the white community, it went from like 10, 15% up into the 50s and 60s. I mean, so it's not just a color thing. It's a morals and values, ideas of the American values, just the family unit being ripped apart, destroyed, children being used as a paycheck. See, I don't have to count my child support as my income. So between the income and welfare, I now am making $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month. Now imagine when you add another kid or two to that. So it at some point, and I'm not saying every single one, but you also know one or two of those.
Yeah, I have a cousin of mine. When their mom passed away, they went to go try to get Social Security, and they was like, she never paid anything into the system. She lived her whole life off of that shit, you know. And I think, you know, a lot of them did. I don't want to. It's too close to.
You know, look, we're not pointing fingers at any individuals. We're just saying we know of examples. This is not something that statistics or a politician can come and tell us, no, this isn't the way this happens. No, it doesn't get used like this. It's like, no, we live in a real world, not this world above like you guys live. This is what we want you to come and help our communities with. This is what the representatives that we send to Congress the representatives we send to our state, because this is the state's controlling this. Just like now, even if you have a personal agreement with someone for child support, all the paperwork is done right, the state will come after you, receipts or not, say all of that should have gone through us. So now you still have to pay us the percentage that we were going to get off of that. Or you're still held in contempt of not paying your total child support.
Yeah.
They tried to hit me for $12,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I went through
and
it.
Send me to jail after I'd had custody of my son for 3 years or for 5 years. And we made an agreement that I owed her so much, and I let her use the tax exemption as a payback. And that was our agreement and contract. So she got to claim him until we were even. And then I took over. And then when I took over, they wanted to go back and make me pay for those 5 years of child support, even though 3 of them were with me.
Yeah.
With me having sole custody, because they wanted their percentage.
And I have to say, you know, overall, it's a cultural issue. We have to pay attention to how we're raising our daughters, specifically the sons too. But for this example, which I think is the overall one, because the mom is the one who gets to make most of the decisions, and she gets to, you know, she's the dictator when it comes to this situation.
The woman has the power to say yes or no. The woman has the we're not talking about bad things, which is another entire different conversation that we need to have on that borders this subject too. You know, things like that. But you know, the woman has the choice, the woman has the power. They're the ones that can say, wrap it or you ain't having none.
Right. You know,
I mean, and boys, you know, this girl has done seen half your damn crew. Why aren't you wrapping it on your own?
Right. So there's multiple parts of this. So, but you know, with the cultural issue is an issue, but at the same time, it being exacerbated by the governments and the way that the system is set up related. Child support has to be a thing. You do have deadbeat dads out there. It's just that, you know, can we improve the situation, improve the system in a way so it can't be used as in a predatory way, you know?
No, because lawyers are involved. And whenever lawyers get involved, it gets predatory.
It's too much money. Everybody's making a killing out of it. Meanwhile, the household is getting ripped apart. It's very, very sad.
I'm gonna get you $5,000 off of it. All it's going to cost is $1,000 of that. For the whole time that your case has been won.
Tyrese posted this. Let me read his caption. It's really long, so bear with me. I'm gonna try to make it through it. It says, I think it's time for us to ask our mothers some hard questions. You know how many of us as men and women out here with abandonment issues, with daddy issues, with issues of feeling like your father never loved you and just threw you away. It's time to ask our mother and grandmother, how often did my father actually try and contact me? Why did you have such a problem with my father having any type of presence in my life? Why have you only said negative, evil, or dysfunctional things about my father? What would he say about you? Why is the narrative about my father about the things that he did? He cheated on you, he dishonorable, he's a deadbeat. He say about my mother. Why is the narrative about my father about the things that he did? He cheated on you, he dishonored his. You have any idea how empty of a hole that I still have in my chest from my father not being around, and you convincing me that he don't love me? He want nothing to do with me, and I were to ask him questions, what would he say? How many times did he try to show up to school? How many times did he try to show up to my graduation? How many times did he try to show up to my birthday parties? How many times did he call your phone just trying to see me or speak to me throughout my childhood and my teenage years? What would my father have to say about you and the way you went above and beyond to block him as my father ever having access to me because of the way you felt about him? You are a little girl, teenager, or grown woman, and like me, you have daddy issues. I think it's time for us to ask our mothers some hard questions. Yep. What is she gonna say? What is she gonna say? She's gonna tell you the same story that she's been telling you your whole life. Like, what did the mom like? Mom, what was your part in this situation of me not having a father, present in my life? What effort did you put into ensuring that I had a father present in my life? Did you put forth any effort to ensure that I had a father present in my life? Let me read another comment. It says, women who do this piss me off. You think you're hurting the father, but in reality, you're hurting the child. My oldest grandson's mother is just like that. She keeps us blocked and we never see him. Out of a year, she'll unblock his father, like 3 times. Unfortunately, my grandson is getting older to where he understands that it's his mother that keeps him from his father's side of the family. The part about this that's really killer is you're not just keeping the father from the child's life, you are separating him from this whole side of the family. You got aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, all on that side of the family. A lot of these people probably really care for this kid. You're hurting yourself so much. You're limiting yourself so much. You're limiting that child so much. You got to be there and take care of the kid all the time. Do you ever need a break? Could anybody on the father side of the family help you take a break? If you need the child needs something, could anybody on that side of the family help with that? A car for when they graduate, some gifts on their birthday, some money to spend or whatever. Like I say, just a babysitter, like the basic stuff. And, any of the people on that side of the family could have provided that. Even let's say the dad is a deadbeat or whatever, is his whole side of the family, they all just suck. Another comment, it says, if the father was able to intimidate the mother over the phone, then how was she able to keep him away from the son all those years? He obviously wasn't afraid of her. He had the address if he was able to send checks. I wonder why he never took her to court with his envelope full of evidence. Okay, there goes
because you send the money to the state sends the money to the mother. If you don't have custody and you don't have the ability, if you don't have rights to see the child, then you don't know what their address is. All of it's blind through the state.
Yes. Yeah. So this person is trying to make excuses, and it really there's so many women that do this.
I really think that that's more someone that doesn't understand the system than they are trying to. If you knew what the system was, what you just said, you'd know that that's not what's going on.
Yeah, so I don't give this person that pass. I'm sorry. These people know how the system goes. They're just freaking trying to say that all men suck, and it's a bunch of deadbeat dads, and he didn't want to be a part of the child's life.
Well,
even
all
after
men
this
do
long
suck.
ass.
Say all men do suck, but we're not all but deadbeat dads. You know, I mean, I'll give credit where credit's due.
Yeah. So, but even after this whole ass
We're
story,
smelly
this dude,
assholes.
even after this whole story this dude just told, she still wants to like defend the mom. Like, and see, that attitude is the reason why we have this situation that we have.
No, that is a woman that was madly in love with that man when whatever happened to make him walk away. And that hurt her so badly to the very core that kid even looking at him made her hurt and didn't want nothing to do with it and keep completely away because she already had a reminder of him and didn't want that guy coming around ever again. And that's personal and that's emotional, and that made all that shit about her and not about the kid. And all of it should have been about the kid. None of this divorce, none of it should be about the parents when it comes to the kid. If the parents are hurting the kid, that's different. But if the parents don't get along, even if they hate each other, they should at least tolerate being in the same fucking room together once in a while for the kid. Because the kid did not choose this situation. However, it is probably better for them, you guys not being together, if this is the way you're going to act.
Yeah. And sometimes it's a toxic environment that's not good for the children. You guys are fighting all the time. And it's just,
I mean, it happened. I mean, I'm not also going to knock people that get divorced and split up and have these problems, because God knows people I thought I was madly in love with, I would be the first one to pull the pew-pew on them right now. Well, no, I'm actually over all that. But back then, you know what I mean? I'd be happy to make them go away forever. But you get over that. This kid's what, 26 years? That's insane. But then again, at 18, somewhere between 18 to 23, he should have been looking already. He could have gone to the court and gotten his father's address by request, because they are required to give such as soon as he turned 18. All he had to do, he could have looked up the name on the birth certificate, done all. He could have. The kid could have done better looking for him too, but he was bamboozled and baffled by the bullshit that baby mama was talking. I don't know why all those bees came out.
Another comment that says, "Be careful who you have children with." Oh my God!
I don't know why those bees came out, because this kind of shit is bullshit.
A reply to that one, it says, "That's true, but sometimes people play a role until you have kids with them. Then they show you who they really are. It's messed up that some people can't just be themselves all the time." I think there's signs. I think there's still signs when people try to hide who they are. I think there's still signs. And I think sometimes, you're blinded by love or lust or whatever, and you want to look past those little issues that you have or you see or whatever, and then it ends up biting you in the long run.
Well, everyone likes the crazy ones until the sex gets boring. And then all you got left is the psycho.
That's There's way too much truth in that, man. I think I have fallen for that. I think, I have suffered from that situation.
I think that's part of the rite of passage to becoming a man for everyone that doesn't get smart and marry their high school girlfriend.
Yeah, well, sometimes
even then that changes as those hormones up till 22 come out. Once drinking age hits, that's another hurdle there. That brings some crazy out in people.
Let me read another comment. It says, "This is sad. I never kept my kid from her father. He cheated. I left him. Come and get your kids. She's waiting for you. My mother told me to never keep my daughter from her father and never speak ill about him to my daughter. He's a good man for someone else. He just wasn't for me. It's okay, ladies, if he's not for you. Life about growth and development. We learn along the way what kind of man we need in our life through dating." Another comment says, "The story happens more times than people want to admit." Couple more. It says, "She will never apologize either." Another one, it says, "My mom did the same thing to me. I got to meet my dad once when I was 16 years old and found out all the lies that she told, how she kept him from sending me gifts, letters. My aunt had boxes full of stuff for me from my dad, and it's been so hard to forgive her. She lied to me all them years." Another comment says, "Pay attention. Noticed he said she became a 2-year-old when talking to the mother. I believe there are some cases like this, but I have seen fathers wearing two faces, one at home and one in the streets. The street face is so admired, love, etc., and they would call the mom a B. There's more to the story, not letting her off the hook, but..."
See, that's where I came up with my theory about that woman being so in love with that man and it hurt her so much. Because that was immediately going back to okay mode. I mean, and that's one of two things. That's loving someone and then you're getting overwhelmed, or that's some really bad stuff that happened and probably involve fist.
Let me read another comment. It says, "And
not probably, to be fair."
It says, "And let's also talk about the dads who actually choose not to be there for their children only until they turn 18 years old, like my brother and his daughters and my nephew's deadbeat dad. There's a lot of them out there who don't want to handle their kids during their child years because they're scared of the responsibility." So this is another one that's like giving an out, because we're not talking about that here. Not to say that there's not guys out there that's like that, but someone who makes a comment like this under a post like this one is obfuscating. They're distracting. They're trying to give the women a pass or whatever for their behavior. And like I say, this perpetuates the situation because it's always the girlfriends, man. The friends, they're the worst. They're like, "Girl, you should go run the streets, girl. Men ain't nothing. They ain't good for nothing, girl. Go do what you want to do or whatever, And it's like these same bitter, single,
I am more
depressed
worried about a girl going out with her single friends for an evening, even like an afternoon, than I am worried about her going out with her married or divorced friends.
Yeah.
Because one could lead to trouble.
Yeah.
The other, I am not that worried about it, And I mean, I never say no. I don't give permission or ask, or neither does she. But and I'm not really worried about it. But were we in our early 20s, in the age where this is a thing happens more often and stuff like that, I would definitely be more wary of wanting to go out with having a single girls' day. And if it's a single girls' weekend to a destination or something like that, I'm gonna be like, One, I'd prefer you didn't go. Two, can I go if I pay my own way and stay off in a different area? You know, like you get to have some girls' time, but hey, we can go walk on the beach too, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, like I said, I would not say no. I would not ever say you can't, but I'd go, I would prefer you didn't.
Let me read another.
That's not oppression either. That is a man's opinion. And we have a right to share that, to say that. Just like if she finds out I'm going to a bachelor party at a strip club and she says, I would prefer you didn't do that. That's reasonable too.
Let me read another comment. It says, I'm standing up with all my peers that have experienced the lies and manipulation of our parents and grandparents and breaking these generational curses that silence us. It's time to call out everyone on their BS. This needs to stop. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, and it's part of the reason why I can't get on board with the left anymore is they encourage these non-traditional, is what I'm going to call them, families. No, excuse me, the non-nuclear family. They actually believe that it is a bad thing to hang out and like families stay together. And I mean, I cannot tell you any of my friends right now that have 3 generations living in their house, that grandma lives with mom and dad that are still together and the kids. But when I was growing up in the 70s, probably up through the early to mid 80s, that was pretty common. I mean, especially down here in the South. But then half of the people that went to literally half the people that went to my last school, middle of East Texas, probably 20 to 30% ended up being single parents.
Yeah. I can't agree with you on pointing the fingers on the left, but the part about calling people out on their BS is something.
They're literally saying the traditional family is misogynistic.
Yeah, so calling people out on their BS is what we need to do, is, facing the truth on things and putting your feelings aside, like your predetermined views or your anger, your hurt, the things that you're carrying with you from your childhood that you're projecting, to keep you from seeing the truth about situations,
and
and making excuses.
Your children learn more about who you are as adults and parents before they can ever say a word in their own defense. Before they can ever speak up about how they feel about it, they already know who mom is, who dad is, how they makes them feel. And they also notice one of those pieces being missing, or someone coming in to substitute that role from time to time. In the case of a single parent who has partners, for short times. These kids, they understand, they're picking this up from them by the time they're 5, 6 years old, before the time they're clearly communicating with their own words. And that affects them through their entire growth and life cycle. I mean, I can tell you at least 3 girls that I have spoken with in the last 20 years that literally say, oh, I grew up a hoe because my mom was a hoe.
Mm.
I mean, I picked it up, my mom and dad split up. She had a new boyfriend every few years, and I saw the way that, that's what I thought love was. That's the way I thought relationships were supposed to be. I mean, it's incredibly how short of a time it takes to destroy that family bond and that nuclear family and replace it with strings of baby daddies or, you know, strings of partners rather than, or strings of of attachments rather than relationships.
Let me play this.
No, Trump is a criminal, and Biden is a criminal. Most politicians are criminals. I still can't believe I see y'all arguing over red and blue, like they not painting the same picture. I'm just tired. I need us all to get to the same level. We need the same understanding so we can get unified and start operating accordingly. If you didn't know, Trump is a criminal, and Biden is a criminal. Most politicians are criminals.
Go ahead, comments.
I don't agree with the generalization that most politicians are criminals. I will say I will easily grant you somewhere in the 40 to 60% range.
Yeah.
I mean, it may lean over 51%, but I'm not going to say most are, because if you actually look, a lot of the politicians that are in there are, whether we agree with them or not, are really there trying to do the right thing and trying not to take advantage of what they've got. And this is one of the times when you're going to hear me, hold on, praise AOC.
Wow.
I don't like her. I don't agree with her, but she plays a straight game when it comes to, I am not a crooked politician. She's clear about where her money comes from. I mean, I have a problem with her beliefs and the things and the way she's trying to tell us as a leader and not a representative that this is how we should think and what we should do. Got a lot of problems with that, but I'm not going to put her into the criminal category. And I am going to stand and walk, like I said, I'm defending her from people that would. I mean, now, Ilhan Omar, she needs to go. She's a criminal. Pelosi, go. You've had too much money insider trading. You don't need to be where you are to have the rest of your family set forever. Get the fuck out of the way. Stop holding people back and let us start governing the country to where everyone has a chance, not just the chosen few. And the politicians and the corporations need to stop choosing who those few are. Be they obscure that they bring up like they did with Obama. And that's exactly what that was. That was just a nowhere side politician, no offense to him, who was a great public speaker that was brought out of nowhere by the powers that be. And no offense, I think he's one of those that's on that criminal border.
I think what's legal and what shouldn't be legal is a thing. So in her defense, I would say, when you think about all of the corruption that's happening, like you mentioned, the insider trading, the lobbyists, the all of the money in the politics, the campaign donations from dark money and all of this, like a lot of this stuff is legal, but
money may not be the root of all evil, but it definitely helps it take seed.
Yeah, so where you were saying how most of the people get in there trying to do something good or make a difference or whatever, I think that's true. But once they get in there and then they see how things work, then they're motivated to do things that aren't become a part of the group of people who are doing corruptive activities, if you will. I'm trying to find the right words, but it's like, I don't think that they have the intentions, but you know, the system is the system. You know, systems manage people. So even the politicians get managed by the system. You know, that is the problem. What needs to be attacked is the system, how things work, you know, and that's what needs to be changed.
We need to get these people who think there are leaders out and get people that are representatives back in here.
But
People
see,
that
that's
actually communicate with the people and don't separate themselves from the people.
But see, no, that goes against what I'm trying to say here. I'm not saying you know, anyone is corruptible. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. There is no way to keep corruption out of politics.
No, I don't
We can
agree with
monitor it, and we can start limiting access to it.
No, get the money out of the politics. You know, limit the campaign donations. You know, get rid of Citizens United.
That leans toward connected people becoming everyone, because that instead of having a monetary thing like that, now it's who you know gets you there. That's going to stop the most common people from being able to get there because they don't have the connections to pull them up that way.
No, I disagree completely. I utterly disagree with that.
That's how we get El Paso Boy.
No, I completely disagree with that. You know, and those different divisions on what to be done is the problem, because as long as it's going to continue to be the same. You get new people.
I appreciate AOC. She gamed the system to get her job.
If you put people
she did it technically, honestly, but it was still kind of a shady play in the system the way she got it. To be fair, the old guy that she got out was actually in ways worse than her.
You put animals in a zoo, and then they behave in ways that are crazy. It's not the animals, it's the zoo. You understand what I'm saying? It's the cage, it's the prison, it's the circumstance that leads to the behavior that is unbecoming. You get what I'm saying? You have to change that situation. You have to change that environment.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, just changing out the people makes no difference.
And no, it's the focus of the leaders. It's who they are. It's the direction that they're taking it. Them making decisions for the people that vote for them directly based on their beliefs, rather than voting to actually represent what the people want.
And I can agree with that they do that. But we disagree on how to fix it.
We're not agreeing that they do that. That's what I'm saying. We aren't doing that right now. We're allowing them to be our leaders and dictate our lives to us after we've given these positions. And that's where the problem is.
So how do you fix that? You fix that by changing the system.
Whenever I ask questions like that, all you do is repeat yourself and stuff like that. And any change that I ask you about, you have no ideas how to do it. Just do this or do that. And it's a lot more. It's not just it has to be done or torn down. It's how do you do that? How do you go about this and that?
I was just saying it. You have a cap.
Same two sentences over and over.
You have a cap on campaign donations. You don't allow corporations to donate to political parties.
No. Take a further step on that. Remove corporate entities from being people under the Constitution.
Yeah, that's Citizens United. That's what I was saying. And you know, I mean, there's a list of things. You make a level playing field for people when they can run for office. You give them equal opportunity.
But it's not a level playing field when you zero out the cat, when you even out the cash, because that's when connections come into play. That's when people that know the people that are up there already get pulled up. Not
if
the
the
people that
voters are the
actually-
ones that make the decision, it's based on who they see, what policies they have that they like, and they decide to vote for these people. Someone pulling you up is not going to put you in position unless you can get votes. Right now, the way people get votes is by having this
See,
ads.
here's the thing: you are actively trying to not understand what I'm saying. The cult of personality and people who are above reaching down and pulling people up are effective methods of getting people out there. If I've got 5 people that you know and have had dozens of careers out speaking for me, and they're taking 0 for their fees, and I don't, or for someone, and I don't have anyone of that nature speaking for me, then what chance do I have no matter the money? That's when influence starts talking. People who are better connected are going to have a better chance because they're going to be touted more by larger people. Their names are going to be heard more. It's going to be like that. And you know, I've watched this happen because that's a lot of the way politics rolls in smaller towns, smaller, places where it's not more of a federal or more of an actual hardcore lawmaking place. Like mayors of, say, Dudesville, Texas, things like that. It becomes the influence, the people that you know, the people that are above you that can help get your name into people's mouths and stuff like that, that actually get you elected more than how much money you spend.
Let me read some comments right here. The caption, it says, "Y'all love arguing over which massa is better. I stay out the way." Another comment, it says,
Hey, I tell everyone they're both fucking, I'm like her, they're both fucking toxic.
Another comment says, "The only time we get together on one accord is to do the electric slide, a song about a vibrator." Another comment says, "Malcolm X said in his ballad or the bullet speech, I'm no politician. I'm not even a student of politics. I'm not a Republican nor a Democrat nor an American, and got sense enough to know it." Another comment, it says, "They're arguing over something that they don't even have a say in. It's the electoral votes that elects presidency. Stock up on buying land, guns, and learn a trade. You can take care of yourself when BS country folds."
Okay, I got smart. I'm people will need me in a zombie apocalypse. You know why? I learned how to operate a bullet loading machine. Hey, if you're gonna have a skill and you know you can't survive on your own, you need to make yourself useful.
I'm reading another comment. It says, "Exactly why I haven't participated in this political facade since 2012. 2 broken wings, same corrupt bird." Another comment, it says,
No,
"Yeah,
man. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone wants to argue. Obama won that election. Not because he was black, not because it was racist to vote against him, not because the other side had bad policies, but because the way he presented, the way that things were going on, he was the best choice with the best connections to help things get better for the country. He really was. And then he fumbled the ball and was no longer the same man for the second come 4 years later. I mean, I will defend the fact that I voted for him the first time. And again, I go back to education on that because he promised $4 billion to spend in education across the country, which by the time all of his promises went by, ended up only being $4 million. We had 7 wars to pay for, so.
Another comment, it says,
we don't need to educate our kids.
It says, "Yeah, but this is one of the rare cases where one is way more dangerous than the other. If you can tell the difference between Trump and Biden, then you're right. No need to argue. Trying to convince others that there isn't a difference sets a bad precedent. My opinion is probably not welcome at this post, but I thought I would share it anyway.
No, I'll tell you. I mean, I hate the worst thing that Trump said was when he said, "I'm going to be a dictator for a day." That he was going to do all this and that, and because by saying that, there's only one thing that the left heard: "I'm going to be a dictator." That's it. That is the only part of the sentence that the left ever reacts to. Kind of like the drink bleach. You know, they got drink bleach out of that speech, which we put the transcript up, and yeah, it wasn't there. And it's just like the whole Biden pooped himself thing going on. 12-second video makes him look like that, but if you add the next 5 or 6 seconds, 8 seconds, you find out he was just reaching for a seat behind him, and his wife covered her mouth going, "Don't sit down yet. Don't sit down yet." I don't know if you've seen that yet, but
yeah, I saw that.
I actually got to see a 30-second clip from 10 seconds before that and 10 after that. And he was reaching for a seat behind him, trying to sit down before he was supposed to. That's all it was. He was told part of the way down looking for the seat. He was told, no, don't sit down yet. So that's why that little hunching, shaking thing. It's like,
yeah. I just skip through those deals because they do the same thing on both sides, and it's just annoying and a waste of time. So I just
well, no, that's just it. It's in a way, it's not a waste of time, because here you are, the right. What a lot of people consider me right, even though I'm not. I mean, you see, I tend to swing from the left a hell of a lot more than most of the right guys, but it is important to say that. It's important to call the right out on doing this poop in his pants thing, and it wasn't, as much as it is to call out the left on he didn't say drink bleach.
Yeah.
Because it's miscommunication. It's part of the reason. It's part of the divide. And if we can get people to go, look, this is hilarious, but it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious. Drink bleach, retards. And some people did, but it's bullshit that he said it. It's horrible that people actually drink bleach. And no offense intended, this is where the right side in me kicks in. And I say, yes, they were Trump supporters, but they drank bleach, which means that was Darwin taking care of the gene pool, not just somebody in the politics trying to tell him to do it.
Yeah, those people that post stuff like that, they're just preaching to the choir. And the ones that's, listening to that stuff, they're not trying to hear what the truth is anyways. Like, they don't care at all.
But see, that's what I thought we do here. We do cover those dumb things because we're cleaning them up.
Yeah.
We're saying this is an untruth. When you walk away from here, you're going to see what it was. You can still laugh about, yeah, Biden looks like he pooped himself. He didn't. But now you're laughing at a joke.
Yeah.
You're
right. I just tend to more and more I'm having less and less patience for that kind of stuff.
But that's just it. That's the whole idea is we're here to expose those truths. Or we're here to talk about things that are so far right and left that there's not something in the middle. So I try to walk it toward the middle to where people can, on both sides, to where maybe you can understand where the right is coming from. And maybe sometimes I explain it so the right can understand where the left is coming from. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to find ways to stitch this shit back together and not just show everyone how bad it is, how corporate is all taken over, how this, it's time to show we can do more, we can do better. And the only way we can do that is exposing the idiots on both sides, the bad people.
Let me play this.
The ones that make it a divide and not a joke.
Let me play this.
Thank you, Mr. President Trump, Your Majesty. I just want to say on your behalf that I'm a Republican and I believe you when you say that the election was stolen from you and that I believe that you didn't commit tax fraud and that.
Man, the music is too annoying.
Okay, one thing I got to say about this whole President Bone Spurs, why aren't we calling him President Asthma? 46. He deferred military service 3 times and then got turned down because of health condition asthma. So why is it a big deal that the other rich guy managed to buy his way out of it, or their daddies managed to buy them out of it too? I don't think people trying to get out of the draft is a big deal at all. I mean, I don't think the draft was fucking right in the first place.
Yeah.
I don't mind the selective service. I don't have a problem with everyone automatically being registered, because it stops someone who doesn't really give a shit or worry about it from having to go to jail or worried about anything like that for not registering. But I think if we do that, there needs to be a 18 and older registration, period. There should be no sex, no religion. There should be no exemptions for anyone. Everyone should have the same registration, because if it's not going to happen, why does it matter that everybody's registered?
Yeah.
And we're all registered anyway, because as soon as your social security number ticks 18, it's just an automatic flag. So why don't, in a way, it's already done.
Let me play this.
You in college about corporate America. Companies don't want you to be yourself, and they don't really care what you think. Instead, companies want you to be a culture fit. Essentially, what being a culture fit means is that you just go along with whatever process is and with whatever leadership is saying. It means that you go to the extracurricular activities like happy hours and pizza parties and holiday events. It means that you go into your job and you just say yes, you get on with it, and you don't cause any problems. Companies are not paying you to go in and give your thoughts on processes or how things could be better, unless, of course, you're brought in as a consultant or somebody who's actually paid to do this. But for most employees, they want a culture fit, which essentially means you're a yes person, you agree with management, and if you can get other people to do the same thing, you will get promoted really, really quickly. As an idea sometimes that being a person that solves problems is a good thing in a company, but what I found is most companies don't want that. Essentially, they want people that are going to suck up and be happy to be working for the company. Here's something they don't teach you in college about corporate America. Company.
Even
save them money.
Well, even then, they only want those ideas to come from specific people.
No. What happens then is the manager you take it to that takes it up to
he's
the
gonna
board
take credit.
and well, this is the idea that came from me and my team.
Yeah.
And then you don't get the promotion because, one, you're a troublemaker and started it in the first place. And two, if you rise up, they're going to take notice of you and your thought processes and realize it wasn't a person. And they want that. So they don't want you coming in and then realizing that you were really the one that did that. So they're going to not only keep you down, they're probably going to switch your department or phase you out during the next downturn.
Yeah, all the competition and it's so shady.
That's my experience with trying to improve business in the corporate workplace.
Yeah, I agree. They don't want to hear it. They don't want it. Like, if it doesn't come from the right person, then they're not trying to hear it. They're gonna take it in a negative way. Like, you're trying to tell me how to do my job or whatever. You're trying to tell me how to improve this place. Like, you're just a such and such. Like, go do that such and such thing that you're supposed to be doing. Let me read some comments. It says, do not bring your whole self to work, get the bag and leave. Another comment, it says, you know that it's a global phenomenon. Unfortunately, I found that most successful workers, those who get promoted the most, are the most mediocre and most fake. If you have ideas about how to improve things or strong opinions about anything, you will be labeled as difficult and non-cooperative. When she says a global phenomenon, I don't agree with that. I think this is a well, when you talk about these big corporations, they're the same everywhere. But
I don't.
But I wouldn't call this a global phenomenon, though.
A global corporate phenomenon in the corporate world.
In the corporate world, yeah.
Actually, in the business world, not just corporate. Because Yeah, I've tried to make some suggestions at my little mom and pop place that will save them big money. And you literally, quote unquote, you know what I've been told on 4 different occasions. Well, we've been doing this for over 40 years now. The way we do it, I think we know better than you.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I literally lift my hands up and go, fair enough. I put my head down, I make my fucking paycheck, and I work my second job.
Yeah. This is the way it's always been done, you know? Like, well, who do you to think that you can improve this?
I mean, no, I offered suggestions that would have saved them a couple of grand a month.
Yeah.
Through the store.
Yeah, they're not trying to hear it. Let me read some more comments. It says, I did none of this. It's probably why I haven't been promoted in 10 years. Another one, it says, it's the absolute hell to see these yes people being promoted by an incompetent manager and making the culture that was kind of okay becoming unbearable. Another one, it says, I have a big fake smile and a pocket full of BS corporate jargon for anyone who needs it. They do not want input even when they ask for it. Even when they ask for it, they don't want it.
My first big good computer sales job, anytime my sales with a company started going over a certain amount a month, he would come in and give me 3 other accounts that were about half as much and then take over that account because, well, the lead salesman should be handling accounts with this volume.
Yeah.
And then he'd give me 3 accounts with the total, so 3 times the work for half of the amount of volume and taking my bigger commission from me.
Yeah.
And then when I built those companies up to that volume, he would then give me more companies and take those from me.
Yeah.
I was mad, dude. I was mad.
That's how it goes. Let me read another one that says, sometimes you need to feel proud of not fitting into a toxic culture. Walking away was the best thing I ever did. My previous manager left shortly after me, having no one to make her work on and ideas look good anymore, as she claimed my ideas as her own. My life moves on. I was happy to find a company culture where fitting in was effortless. Another comment that says,
every company that did me wrong like that, I can proudly say no longer existed within 3 years of me leaving or being fired.
Yeah. Another comment that says, not good for neurodivergence. Another one that says, so true in today's corporate world. They want yes people 100%. You're expected to eat shit sandwiches every day and say yes, they taste great. Another comment that says, culture
you're
fit
supposed to
equals
provide your
NPC.
own shit sandwiches to eat and still pretend they're good. They don't even want to give you their shit sandwiches because that may be a resource that they can use to fling at somebody later.
Another comment says, this is why neurodivergent people face unemployment more often than not. This fake ash is kryptonite for us. It literally kills us inside. Another one.
That's exactly what my therapist told me.
Another comment.
Probably never going to do good in corporate unless you own the corporation.
Another comment says, every time I work with a new leader, I run a bit of an experiment to see if they really want you to be your authentic self with them or a yes person. So far, it's been 100% yes persons at the senior most levels. Another one, it says, go in, do the bare minimum and stay out the way. Don't go above or beyond your duties and you will be rewarded. Dang. That is so true. At my job, they have led me to that attitude right there. And I've noticed that it's true, actually, just do the minimum. and they'll like you for that.
No, they rewarded me for going out of the way at the current job I'm at. By making me the closing person every night therefore having to be there an extra hour after everybody every night for $2.13 an hour.
What do they say? If you do good at your work, then
No
they reward
authority,
you.
no authority, mind you. No manager buttons to help people handle the stuff from a day-to-day. We still have to go all the way around to the far side of the kitchen to the managers and then back to get anything done on the computers. But I'm a closing person now, not even a closing manager or anything like that after 3 years.
They say if you do good job, they reward you with more work.
Yeah.
Constitutionally unsound
$2.13 an
rulings
hour.
like Griswold.
Yeah, check this out.
Constitutionally unsound rulings like Griswold versus Connecticut, Kelo versus City of New London, and NFIB versus Sebelius confused Tennesseans and left Congress wondering who gave the court permission to bypass our system of checks and balances. Constitutionally unsound rulings like Griswold versus Connecticut, Kelo versus City of New London, and NFIB versus Sebelius confused Tennesseans and left Congress wondering who gave the court permission to bypass our system of checks and balances.
So it says Griswold versus Connecticut is the 1965 Supreme Court ruling that legalized birth control. So what's happening is they have come for abortion, and past abortion is going to be birth control. So they don't want to let you won't be able to get an abortion, and you won't even be able to use contraception. This is the direction.
No offense. Now we're heading into third world and Muslim country kind of government there.
Yeah,
because they're exactly no birth control. It is against the ways of God. No abortion. No, and the next thing that goes is specific rights of individuals. All these pretty rainbow people. I mean, yeah, there's some. Oh God, one thing that annoys me so much are all these good Lord praise and pray for 45 and blah, blah, blah. It's like, have you actually listened to this guy? Why are you saying Jesus protect him and all that? He does not care about religion. He used a little bit of Christian rhetoric because it helps him, but at no time in his past or anything like that has he ever been considered a religious person.
Yeah.
Now his wife is the Russian, the Catholic Russian from over there.
These people don't care at all. He's a tool for them to get stuff done that they want to get done. That's it.
I'm sorry, birth control shouldn't be touched at all. I'm sorry, I can't even begrudge the Plan B, because no offense, if you go way back into the days of before, even before Rome, in the Mesopotamia, Egyptian, there were herbs and stuff that were mixed to help prevent a birth. The brothels used them on a regular basis. I mean, especially ones frequented by nobility, to stop the women from being able to conceive. Birth control, I mean, it's a hell of a lot less dangerous now than it was back then. You know, it doesn't dry them up from the inside from the beginning. But, you know, that's one of those things that's too far in all this bullshit.
They had forms of contraception back then too.
You know, they were working on them. They weren't really good though. But they like I said, they had things they were trying, but they definitely had the morning after herbs. Because my search in religion and history and stuff like that has found it in almost every single culture had a mix of herbs that a woman that did not want to get pregnant, which were normally brothel women, used to stop that from happening. And again, like I say, especially brothels that serve nobility. I mean, because if they didn't have that, they'd just take them out and kill them.
So check this out. It says 59 years ago today, Griswold versus Connecticut guaranteed the right to birth control. Justice Thomas says the Supreme Court should reconsider that ruling. And this week,
Justice
38
Thomas needs to shut the fuck up because it's not right for him to say what they can reconsider. I'm sorry. The only thing he can consider is what is brought to him as a member of the Supreme Court.
Let me finish reading this.
They can't go out and say, I don't like this law, we're going after it. They can only judge and rule on things that are brought to them.
Yeah, but if they make comments like that, then that means that somebody is in the process of putting that in front of them.
Well, see, this is where we go back to ethics charges against this friggin' Justice Thomas, too, which both of us have already agreed on.
Let me finish reading this. It says, and this week, 38 GOP senators voted against the Right to Contraceptions Act. Republicans are coming for birth control. So Robert Wright posted this first comment. It says, if you
That
stay
is a
home,
very unfortunate last name to have in politics, isn't it?
What? He's not a politician. He's a economist.
I'm just saying, public view. If you're in the public view talking about that shit, you stepped into the This is a political statement.
Yeah, he does.
This makes him a politician as much as an elected or non-elected, even if he's not running for office. So let's say, because you want to be specific, a public figure commenting on government and stuff like that, that's kind of an unfortunate last name to have. It was a joke, man.
I get it.
I'm going to grab a beer.
It says, if you stay home in November, then you're allowing Republicans to do this. That protest vote against Biden you're considering making will set the country back decades. And I ain't gonna lie, some of the stuff that I've seen lately is kind of pushing me, but I know that it's getting closer to the election, so you're gonna get more and more stuff that like pushes you to want to be involved in the process or whatever. But it's difficult for me to choose between stir-fried shit and baked shit. But when you think about the Supreme Court, I wonder, will the next president have some Supreme Court justices that they put on or not? We don't know, right? But we do have a couple of them that's pretty old. And what if somebody just decides to step down to give whoever is there an opportunity to select a Supreme Court justice? So like that one, along with the policies, two wings, same bird and argument or whatever, but with the idea of the Supreme Court, that one right there makes me double think about it, as far as like maybe, it's a big deal. Those Supreme Court justices stay there for a long time. And if we end up with like, I don't know, man, the legitimacy of the Supreme Court is at stake.
The Supreme Court, by the way things have changed and stuff like that, lifetime appointments should end. They should go to a 20-year or maybe even a 40-year. I think a 20-year, because 20 years is one generation. And one generation is long enough for you to be out of touch with a large portion of the populace. And
you can speculate on the way you feel like things should be, but the way that they are is that they are there until they pass away or step down.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God.
What I'm saying is the implications of who is elected president can determine, the face of the Supreme Court with these lifelong appointments. So it's like, if there's nothing else that can get you to go to the polls and pick a side or whatever, choose someone to vote for, the chance that the president appoints someone or more than one to the Supreme Court should, I think, motivate you to get involved, basically, is what I'm saying. Let me read some comments. It says, Republicans hate women and want to oppress them. They need to be removed from office. Another comment that says, women need to wake up and start making laws such as automatic vasectomies for young men. It's easily reversed and is way safer, convenient, and easier than abortion care. This argument is very fair because it seems
forced sterilization is no.
It seems like the way that
it's forced sterilization. Okay,
where you forcing women to make babies that don't want them.
How about every woman is placed on birth control then, with nothing to stop? No, man. You are not going to tell me that the government has the right to come in and cut my fucking dick up. I will fight you with guns over that kind of fucking invasion.
No,
just like the whole situation going on. It's bullshit. That
argument is
mandatory vasectomies is bullshit, and it's not always a temporary fucking change.
Well, forcing the women to have babies is messed up. So that's the
violating the rights of someone else makes it right.
That's not what
that's
the argument.
My problem with the left argument with this. Violation of someone else makes it better for one side or another. Bullshit.
No,
it creates a cycle of more and more and worse. No, I'm sorry. You are talking about forcing invasive surgery on someone just because you want to equal it up for the women.
Listen.
Bullshit. You are actively saying, let us violate these people because I don't like this law.
The women are being violated. The point of this argument
makes it right?
Listen.
No. It makes it wrong.
I'm not saying it's right. The
You're
point of
here arguing for it.
Listen. The point of this argument is to show the bias related to the laws versus men versus women. So it's placing all of the
argument is to act in a hypocritical manner. It's to put up a straw man. And I hate fucking dealing with this straw man. Well, why don't we do it to them? Because it didn't do to them. Okay, why don't we have a murderer's child who died in prison take the rest of his sentence? Why not? It's that kind of an argument.
No,
it is exactly that kind of an argument.
No, it's not at all. It's pointing to the fact that this situation is totally biased.
No facts. It points toward human rights violations, and you're just trying to compare apples and oranges.
You calling men apples and women oranges? It's showing that this whole thing is
invasive surgery mandated by the state. That is what you are currently arguing for.
I am not arguing for that.
You are. You're using it as an example. That means you are supporting that by your argument to use against there. You are using the argument, therefore you are saying, hey, well, if this, why not this? So it is either apples and oranges, a straw man, or a straight argument for violation of rights.
No.
Which makes none of it better.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they put in all the pressure on the women. They're not putting any on the men. Where is the men's responsibility related to, making a baby? Why is all the legislation focused on the woman?
Me too. Believe the woman. Child support, the legal system, all of it is in favor of the fucking woman having the child.
No, all of it is putting all the responsibility on the woman for making the child.
The woman
It's-
who we
it's-
just actually agreed a little bit ago is the one who has the power and the final say in the situation.
It's giving men an out, like they can just willy-nilly, ejaculate left and right with no repercussions, and all the repercussions goes to the woman. That is the argument.
Because the woman is willingly becoming a cum dumpster.
The men
She's not protecting herself. He's not protecting himself. Why is it his fault? Why does he have to get his dick cut into? Why can't she? And I know you're arguing blah blah blah. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. The contraception being illegal is stupid and all of that. But cutting a man's fucking dick apart just because they're male and can potentially breed is being forced by government is wrong.
I'm not saying that.
And all level for any example for anything, it is wrong.
I'm not saying that. I never said that. I'm saying the men have to take responsibility also. They have to have some personal responsibility, some personal accountability also in this situation. Okay?
Yeah,
So in the way
wrap that bitch up.
Let me read some more comments. It says we should
Which is
reconsider
contraception.
which they are coming for also. Let
You
me
really think
read.
they're gonna come for rubbers?
They're doing it. It's happening.
Show me where they're actually coming for anything other than generics. Like I say, you're reading me headlines, and by those fucking simple headlines, by an economist, and not an actual politician, you are actually saying, what about vasectomies for men? What about forcing them? No.
Let me read some more comments. It says we should reconsider, quote unquote, Judge Thomas. Another comment says Republicans are coming for women. Another comment says why? What business is it for the government? Birth control is a personal issue. Birth control is a medical choice, not a government issue. Next, they will be telling citizens whether we have permission to go to the dentist, eye doctor, etc. They may want a controller in the OB-GYN exam room or proctologist examination room. What is wrong with the GOP? Another comment, it says, so sad for our country. MAGA is not a party of democracy. It's a cult running a party. Another one, just like we said they do, and the Dems are doing what? Another comment, it says, I had no idea that I or we women, my daughters or my nieces or my sisters have to ask, beg, plead, negotiate, and get permission from anyone like DJT and Tim Scott and Ted Cruz and Mark Rubio and Matt Gaetz or the SCOTUS and the Christians and all the red hats in the Texas get approval to use legal birth control or their blessing to use oral contraceptions and ask them if I can access life-saving health care if my placenta is tearing away from my uterus and I need blood transfusions or DNC, or ask if I should carry my pregnancy to term or not, or if I'm violently assaulted by a man in my bed while wearing a skirt or a pair of pajamas with pants and become impregnated, what I need to do to treat my debilitating, incurable endometriosis, or if I'm thrown down a flight of stairs and I have a non-viable pregnancy, that I should call these guys to see how they feel about it or what to do. Do I have their phone numbers? I truly have no idea that I wasn't born in my very challenging private and public life with the right to privately or publicly make my own decisions about my body and life and healthcare and reproductive health rights and creating life. I thought that whatever I need to do with the help of my physician in my life to care for myself and my family is available in our country. When did this happen? I don't recall ever doing that before. One more comment.
See, here's the thing. Everything she was talking about, all those things, that's part of the whole problem, the stopgap problem of this whole situation. None of those situations should be on the anti-abortion table at all.
But they are.
Like, I understand that, but none of them should be, and that's where we're getting into the real big problem of why we're having a problem getting the votes and shit and things that we need. And no offense, but they want to scream about everything that the friggin' Republicans did. Do you know what brought all of this onto the table? You remember what brought all of this back to the table at the Supreme Court? One of the Democratic friggin' states pushing abortion up to birth, up to the third trimester. That's what reopened it. They tried to pass a law allowing that. That's what was challenged by the right and brought to the Supreme Court, which then turned around and all the stuff around it, they fucking canceled. And that's why you keep hearing this third trimester or up to birth quote coming out. That's why the right freaked the fuck out with all rights to when we sat there. And another problem I have is the fact that in 50 years of all of that, we didn't make a constitutional amendment doing that. And now we've got the problem up, I can't remember what state it was, but frozen gravid embryos, fertilized embryos being handled by a facility that does in vitro pregnancies have now been considered. Well, another one was which Biden was really big on this, a mother who is pregnant being killed, if it kills the baby, becomes 2 murder charges. That leans power to the right side argument. What was I going toward the other one?
In vitro.
Yeah, the in vitro. They were trying to sit there and go, if someone and this was an insurance question first, which became a big thing, is if the guy drops a vial, is that negligent homicide? Are they treated as living because they are already, they're fertile and can be implanted and be gravid? So that's the case that we need to watch. That's the case that's going to allow a national Supreme Court judgment on this. Because if they are considered viable and human and protected under the same way that a human is protected, then that becomes life. Which life, liberty, and pursuit of the happiness is guaranteed under the Constitution. Therefore, because of that, any fertilized egg becomes protected by the Constitution, and therefore they can then take that up to the Supreme Court to allow an embryo to have the same protection of life and all that is in the Constitution.
That would be ridiculous.
I understand, but do you understand that this is the roadmap that they're using?
I get it. Let me read this comment.
Are you starting to see it now? I mean, just like the left does things in little shifts, the right has been doing it too. They got the hands off by breaking that, which immediately triggered laws that if those weren't in the way were allowed, which are triggering others. And this is where the ultimate fight is going to have to be. Both sides are going to have to agree on the point when life begins.
Let me read this comment. It says, ladies, no voluntary sex with men and exercise your right to bear arms to prevent, did I read this one? Forced pregnancy. I think we should take an open carry, and any form of sexual assault should be handled right then and there. Want to wage a war against women? You got it. Tired of the old men or protectors trope? They are not. Women have to protect themselves and other women and children. There is no other way at this point.
I think a rape charge should be considered with the same severity of a murder charge.
Another comment, it says it's
Because
funny.
you have ended a person's life, one way or another, psychically, spiritually, or physically. That's what you do when you SA. And I think it should be treated with the same severity as a murder. But that's me. And pedo, oh yeah, absolutely. Treated at the same severity of a murder.
It says it's funny how precedent only matters when it fits the agenda. One more, and it says, I can't believe I'm still the only person I've seen explain why military enlistments are down. The military and our government are trying to restock the military human grocery store. I'm not going to stay much longer. I'm getting tired. Let's do this one.
Charlottesville melting down the Robert E. Lee statue. They gave it to the African American History Museum, and then got those horrifying photos.
I have a visceral reaction against the attacks on those statues. I mean, I grew up, in Virginia. I know that, there were heroes in the Confederacy who didn't have slaves, and I just have a visceral reaction against destroying history. I don't like it. I think we should celebrate who we are, and that we should celebrate the good qualities of everybody. If we want to find people who are completely virtuous on every issue throughout history, we would erase all of history. And, values change throughout history. And, maybe they had other qualities that we want to celebrate. And clearly, Robert E. Lee had extraordinary qualities of leadership. And I don't think that I wouldn't have done that.
Would you condemn Charlottesville melting down the Robert E. Lee statue? They gave it to the African American History Museum, and then got those horrifying photos.
I have a visceral.
So it says, the post, it says, there were no heroes of the Confederacy. It says, RFK praises Robert E. Lee, talking about heroes of the Confederacy, with ultra racist Tim Pool. This would end a normal campaign. Independent Thought posted this. It says, absolutely disgusting take by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's no such thing as a
racist Tim Pool.
It says, there is no such thing as a hero of the Confederacy. It says, here's my apparently controversial take. I would tear down every Confederacy statue in this country and rename every building that carries the name of a Confederate general. We can teach our dark history through textbooks in schools. There's no need to glorify people that were willing to die just to keep an entire race of people enslaved. Comments?
Ultra racist Tim Pool.
Well, that's what that person said.
I'm trying to figure out where, I occasionally catch him, mostly because I like to watch some of the dumb shit people say. But I really don't. He doesn't strike me as racist. I mean, but then again, to be fair, I watched him all the way back since the beginning when he was doing live reporting at the Occupy Wall Street events, where he was actually out there in the middle interviewing people where he started. And I've watched him go from hard left to, I won't say hard right, but it's a pretty hard swing he's got going there.
Let me read some comments.
I again, ultra racist just is, yeah. Look, I was raised in the South enough to understand. I just don't think this is all such a big friggin' nightmare to I think that all of this, the Civil War generals and all that stuff, and all this is literally stuff that is being brought into focus now and during the times that it is to distract from the other things going on. Because 70% of it literally got ripped down a few years ago. And like I say, it's just another thing that's being used to keep that wedge hammering. Got to have the sound of that clang. It's got to keep beating. It's got to keep resounding to people to keep them fighting each other. It's got to distract us with that clang away from events and things that are going on that mean more today than 200 years ago. And I'm not saying that in a dismissive way of slavery, Civil War, or anything like that. But more harm is being done about the subject by keeping it as an open scab, as an open wound with salt right now, than just focusing on things that matter now, today. And I don't. Kennedy lost it for me when he reversed himself after whoever got to him. And you know what I mean? He came out talking all this and flip-flopped on it and went into hiding and then left the Democratic Party. Someone got to him.
You don't consider the monuments being there as a salt in the open wound?
I consider living and stuff around there in those communities and people literally not giving a shit as proof that they really don't. I see groups of Black people here and there throughout the South, the African Bandits and a couple of other groups using parts of the old flag as stuff that they wear. I understand where they're coming from. It does not affect anything. It doesn't affect our fucking lives. It's just like something you can scroll by. They want that. Do you see anybody out there worshiping the dude? No. I mean, now, should they be at a courthouse, government building, school, shit like that? No. But if you want to have a little area that's like Civil War statues and remember, go ahead. That's just like any other part of history and stuff like that.
Well, symbols have meanings, and they do have these names on the schools.
People create meanings around symbols. They use symbols to communicate their words, and then they change do you realize Pride, how much it's changed since what it started out as, and why a lot of people have become offended by what it's become rather than what people actually think and consider it from the beginning. See, this hatred of these guys and all that, this is a new thing. In the 80s and 90s, literally no one cared. And now it's become a major topic of conversation and civilization because now race is become a pressing and decisive issue rather than we're all trying to get along, we're all trying to get things and make things better and do stuff. Now it's you have to take responsibility for 300 years of your ancestors' failures. You have to admit that you are horrible people because of this and that. You have to admit that blah, blah, and whatever. and you must be punished for things that you or your family never did because you have it easy. It's bullshit. It's divisive. It's pitting us against each other. And it's getting old, man. It's been old. I'm sick of watching people throw fucking mud at each other to the point where both sides are losing ground.
Well, the people that say you're making this about race are the people who are denying the reality of things. You know, denying the reality that it is about race in a lot of situations. And, you know, racism isn't dead, it hasn't gone anywhere. It's a real thing. You know,
but see, this is also where the side who my feelings are more important with the facts are saying my facts are more important than your feelings. My facts of this incident and how this went on are more important than what you are saying or feeling about being able to, about this flag, or, you know, how this person was a literal genius in his field. You know, how while you're saying it is this and only about this, there are other thoughts, feelings, and stuff to consider, which only ends with the fact that the left says it's only about slavery, period, end of statement. If you say or believe anything otherwise, it doesn't matter. But if you don't call me a girl because I feel like it, you're an evil human being. It don't matter what facts you have.
well, I would say Hitler was a great speaker. Why not put
Go on,
monuments?
throw me with some apples and oranges, buddy.
I don't see the apples and
No,
oranges.
no, left goes to Hitler every time they try to fucking, every time, man. Every fucking time it goes to fucking Hitler.
You could put some monuments of this guy up, you know, name some schools after him.
See,
Let me read
this
some
is the
comments.
most facetious fucking bullshit, and this is why conversation can't fucking continue.
Let me read some comments. It says, everyone was like, oh, maybe RFK Jr. is a solid third-party candidate, even after his anti-vax conspiracy theory rants and general bizarre ideas. Hopefully this will wake people up. Another one, it says, no one alive could listen to 4 years of this.
RFK lost it when he came out as a Democrat going, hey, man, CIA, FBI, all these letter agencies, fuck them. We don't need them. We need something better. We need to get rid of their power and change everything. And then like 6 months after, about 2 or 3 months later, all of a sudden, well, they're not that bad of organizations. And I'm sure that they can be reformed into more positive entities. And the other stuff I said, no, don't worry about that. When he did that little 360, or actually 720, whatever it is, a full circle and then back to the other direction. I mean, he was done then. And then that was when he left the Democratic Party to go independent. And from then on, half of his policies and policy ideas went more leaning toward government incorporation than it was against it when he was originally talking. He disqualified himself.
Let me read another comment. It says, is the brainworm speaking through him? Has anyone confirmed that it's dead? Another one, it says, we're living in an era where grabbing by the doesn't sink a candidate. Hell, being a convicted criminal doesn't sink a candidate. There are no more normal campaigns.
So you do remember that the whole grab them by the thing was done on a hot mic from a reporter who was where he wasn't supposed to be, in an incident that happened 8 years before he declared himself a candidate. Just fun things about that, you know.
Let me read another comment. It says, I have a visceral reaction to his voice, let alone his racism. Jizo, imagine State of the Union address. Another comment. It says, RFK is from a long line of rich white men. And his family, like most rich white families, depends on revisionism. His daddy profiteered from selling booze during Prohibition and was a big fan of eugenics and Adolf. He himself had a political aspirations, but the Hitlerhay situation was an insurmountable obstacle. So he lived vicariously through his children. It's a line of entitled, oblivious, predatory, and misogynistic people. RFK thinks vaccines cause autism. Autism is a neurotype. He's peddling modern eugenics. Men like him absolutely support revisionism and claim it's about my reverence for history because all criminals lie. A couple more, move on. It says, when the diagnosis of a brain eating worms was made public, that should have been the last nail in the coffin of his political career. Yeah, I have no idea why they even made that public. I would have kept that under wraps if I was him. Another comment says, we do celebrate who we are. Veterans Day, Memorial Day, July 4th, Labor Day, Thanksgiving. What we don't do is celebrate a bunch of traitors who started a civil war so they could keep their slave economy. Yeah. Since when do you make statues of people who lost? They lost. Let me see. So the thing is, the argument about making it about race. I wanted to touch on this before I got out of here. Let me see.
For many liberals, charging racism has become an almost involuntary habit, a tick. That is literally the definition of racism.
Hold on. So for this clip, it says, for someone who says others are obsessed with spotting racism, Tucker Carlson is spot on.
That is literally the definition of racism. These very same people are the quickest to cry racism. Sarah Jeong is an angry bigot. It's not about Brett Kavanaugh at this point. It's about punishing everyone who looks like Brett Kavanaugh. Stop lecturing me about norms, please. But let's get back to the race thing. Race, skin color, racial division, race, and gender. Skin color. Yeah, maybe screaming racist will fix the problem. The racist government of South Africa. The president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has begun, and you may have seen this in the press, seizing land from his own citizens without compensation because they are the wrong skin color. Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country. How precisely is diversity our strength? Racism.
Yeah, I agree. We should fix the problem.
God,
but
it's always the racism.
Yeah, so it's like the reverse racism things. Like, it's like
everyone has been talking about the threats.
It's about, the ones who say, hey, it's about race. You're making it about race. It's like, you're the one who's.
Okay, dude, I just found a hilarious quote from RFK. You gotta talk about that. I put it in the private chat. I think you can flash that, right?
Yeah, I can copy it. Oh no, I can't highlight it until I put it on the comments.
Oh yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, I was reading an article about him about what was going on with the brain worm because I had not heard of it, and right near the end of it, it had this. This is just hilarious, dude.
It says on Wednesday afternoon, hours after the article was published, Mr. Kennedy posted a comment on his X profile. I offered to eat 5 more brain worms and still beat President Trump and President Biden in a debate, the post read. I feel confident in the result, even with the 6 worm handicap.
That is great. That is, I'm sorry. He may not be qualified, all the brain worm, all the stuff. He may not be qualified, but that was awesome. And I would actually be willing to watch that. Even without the brain worm, I would like to see it be. Right now, him, Biden, and Trump are the only 3 people that people know and give a damn about. But it needs to be more than just Biden and Trump. There needs to be another party in there to mix shit up. Because I'm sorry, if I have to watch Biden and Trump debate for 2 hours, I am going to feel my brain drop in IQ and start dribbling out of my freaking ear.
Yep. Well, that's what we're going to get.
I was saying, it's like the incoherent versus the incoherent.
I was saying in the other show that we need ideas. We need, different ideas to be represented, on the national stage in politics. And we're not going to get that. We're just going to get Trump and Biden. And that's it. And it's to send a message to the American people that these are the only 2 choices that you have. That's it. Coke or Pepsi. Let me see. Byron Donalds, his comments about Black people were better in Jim Crow. And this guy. And it's crazy how, you're so lucrative. It's so lucrative to talk like that if you're a Black person.
I'm sorry, but I think that Black people had an easier time from the 80s to the late 90s than they have had in the 2000s. I think that for all the unification that Obama was supposed to bring, it actually became one of the largest dividers. Or I won't say he did, but I will say that marked the era when it began. Whether it was him or not, I mean, his second term became really, really bad because there were a whole lot of, if you don't vote for him, you're just racist kind of people. And then I got hit with well, you're not going to vote for him again. I'm like, no, he didn't do what I wanted him to do as president. Well, you're just saying that because you're white and racist, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it was bad. I mean, it was difficult to support him without being called a racist, and it was difficult to speak against him without being called a racist, especially if you were anything. Well, if you were you were a crow if you were Black and talked against him, and if you were white, you were a racist.
Mm-hmm. Let me play a little bit of this.
Out of time, but I'm going to give you one more question. During Jim Crow, could your family have existed? You are in an interracial marriage. Your wife is a white conservative activist. Could your family have existed at all during Jim Crow?
No, it could not, Joy, and we all know that. But that's why I am blessed to live in America today as opposed to America during that time. But we cannot ignore the realities of not having fathers in homes. That is important for Black people today and all people today as we move forward for a better America.
We are out of time. What I'm grateful for is that we do not live in the Jim Crow era and that fathers do not face the threat of lynching.
I'm very grateful of that.
Perhaps don't bring up Jim Crow when you're trying to make that example.
That was just a small part of my interview with Florida Congressman Byron Donalds last night. We'll be dissecting that little chestnut and some of the rest of the week's political news with our Friday.
That wasn't an interview. That was a spank session.
Well, that was just part of the interview, but he made those ridiculous comments about how black people were better during Jim Crow.
Some of these people say stuff so outlandish that it's hard to believe. And you want to wait sometimes to go, did you guys tell you that was some dumb shit or not yet? You want to just back off a little?
Like, how can you feel comfortable to publicly say something that's so ridiculous?
Yeah, I mean, even uneducated white people are going to sit there and go, dude. But then, you know, he's black, so then you've got these stupid white people that are like, well, if the black guy is saying it, it must be true.
Yeah. That's what gives it its power. Like I say, you can make a lot of money saying stuff like that when you're a black person.
Yeah, I keep hearing that statement a lot with Howell. With people talking about him and the way he presents slavery and black and all that stuff. And it's like, you got to understand, though, at this point in time, he's one of the only black scholars that's got the balls to talk about any of it right or wrong. I mean, or other than just it being horrible, 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 everything's so bad, horrible, horrible. About trying to say, yes, it was fucking horrible, but let's not fail the assignment on beginning to end story. Let's not just take this portion of it and say that is all. If you understand that.
Yeah. That's exactly,
and the thing is, everyone's saying, well, you're just saying that to the white. No, and what he's saying is, no. Don't think just what the fucking white man. Matter of fact, research and find out more than what just the white man history and what they got to say. That's what I'm saying. It's more than just what the white guys told us in school. It's more than what the researchers and stuff and people are telling us now. It's all of this. It's like, you know, if we were to put the Earth into perspective as from when it began as a habitable planet to the way it is today, humans have only been around for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, so what he's saying is, don't take this 10 minutes of history and make it all about that. He's saying, let's look at, you know, a larger chunk of history and see how it fits into a pattern that we have to find a way to stop.
Well, you know, I said it earlier at the beginning of the show, but as an anthropologist, I don't believe in race. You know, I believe race is a social construct, but you know, it's here with us. It's something that we have taken in and believe in or whatever. So it's a thing that we have to deal with, but I don't believe it's a real thing.
Race is a horrible word. It's the wrong word is the big problem. You know, and that's the thing is I can't really sit here. Someone wanted to say species, and it's like, no, we're not different species. We're the same species. We're the same race. Well, then again, you've got the three. You know, you've got basically Caucasian, Negro, and Asian. And there are definitely differences between the three. And it's still not a race because at that point, the race is already the human race. And I know there's another word, I can't remember. It's not Occidental or something like that, or maybe it is. It's 30 years ago that I actually had to use the terms. And so there is some difference skeletally and genetically speaking, but not to the point where we're a different species or a different race. I mean, and even that is becoming less and less as even, like people of the different races and stuff change their body structures and types to different, the new age where we all are getting better food and things like that. Most of that came from the differences in, food, environment, and all of that. So, I mean, because literally it all started from one or two places and they weren't that far apart.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all the same basic group. Again, like I say, I don't understand why pigment and race are the same thing.
Yeah, it's really silly. Let me play some of this here.
Truthfully, the problem really is not race, it's culture differences.
Yeah, cultures are a thing. Race is not. Let me play some of this.
Especially you young folks, we particularly want to increase our number of young subscribers. Thanks for all your continued support. We appreciate it very much.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm going to tell you this. Growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of Black families with younger Black men and Black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a Black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. That's right. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say because it's my contemporaries, it's Wesley's contemporaries, you're starting to see more Black people be married in homes, raising kids. And when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, no, wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids? It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
Yeah, so those were his comments there. So, the importance of the family can't be understated, so that's true. It's just, and Black people being conservative is a thing too, like, and it doesn't have anything to do with Jim Crow or not. You know what I mean? You got Black folks who are conservative, and that's just the thing. So, but trying to say that Black people were more conservative or voted more conservatively and, were, what did he say? Married and, better off, in Jim Crow, the Black family was better off in Jim Crow. It's just like ridiculous, over the top, ridiculous thing to say.
The only truth statement that can be brought even close to that is they were more common during Jim Crow, Black families. That's the only truth that can be taken out of any of those statements. And that's simply because, like we discussed earlier, how uncommon they have become since then. And that wasn't really when it started. I wish I could remember we used to send stuff back and forth to people, to each other, or on the thing about that guy that does all these graphs and stuff like that and maps. It was on one of those about, it was like black, white, Asian families and how they had the really low number, and then somewhere around the 80s or 90s, or somewhere in the 60s to 90s, all three of them started going up on the single family homes, the non-nuclear families. And it showed them pretty much breaking down and stuff like that. And that happened to the whole world in like the 90s and 2000s. I mean, every single category started moving upwards. The one who's the lowest and has fought it the longest are Asians. They're still more likely to be in a married family, or their parents to be married and all that when they get to high school, or when they get out of high school and all that, than all the rest of us. And that's culture.
I want to do a little bit of this, and then I want to move on, and I want to talk about Brianna Joy Gray getting fired from The Hill, and I'm gonna wrap it after that. But let me play a little bit of this.
What? That's
because it.
That's, oh no, that's the African name chick. The one that I make jokes about, that little loofah hairdo every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like her. As much as I joke about, it's only that one hairdo. It looks like a hair clip with a loofah on it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of her. So this one, it says, your political party is obsessed with race. Let me play some of this.
All right, kids. I'm here to support President Trump. You want to know why I'm here to support President Trump? Because they done did black men like this for decades. Make up charges and put on, so I know Trump is innocent. I support Trump against this corrupt, two-tier justice system. That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump. And I'm wearing my shirt for Trump 2024, and I mean that.
What do you think about the indictments?
Oh, it's a bunch of bullshit.
That was Derek Gibson, also known as.
Yeah, you want to make comments?
No, dude. I really wish I had just that little bit of a clip, because I was in an argument with someone about that very thing right there. And it's like, man, I see it. Because I've seen this guy before. The one he's doing the story about. He's hilarious.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. I can't deny that.
I mean, agree with it or not, man. You gotta laugh.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Them. 2 years ago, Gibson ran for governor of New York, but was disqualified from the Republican primary. That per Ballotpedia. Not sure of why that is, but according to his website, Mr. Niggas is a New York City native living in Queens. He worked in the auto and construction industries, eventually opening his own businesses in both. He's also a Proud Boys reporter with a podcast where he once compared the January 6th criminal cases to the enslavement of black folks. Quote, when people say, forget the nuts, this is an insurrection, they shouldn't have been out there, this is the same way that they did black people during slavery and after slavery. And if you couldn't tell black people apart, you may be racist and confusing Derek Gibson with Maurice Simonet, aka Michael the Black Man, founder of Blacks for Trump. You know, the dude who attends a bunch of Trump rallies and is always conveniently, strategically in the background shot over 45 shoulders. Yeah, he's a former member of a violent cult whose leader, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, was jailed for leading a conspiracy to murder 14 white people in initiation rites. Simonet, born Maurice Woodside and maintained that name until 1992, was among the Miami-based Nation of Yahweh cult members charged in 2 of the murders, but he was acquitted. After the trial, he switched to his father's surname before eventually reinventing himself as Michael the Black Man, whose anti-queer, anti-Semitic, conspiracy theory-filled posts can be found online and heard on his radio show. All of that to say this: somebody should do something about these niggas. That came out wrong. That's not okay. The people who can be found all over this platform alone, Values Matter, Race Doesn't from PragerU, Why Is There a Woke Obsession with Race from a Black, maybe liberal, possibly. This is why the left only focuses on race by friend of the program, Dr. Thomas Sowell, should be taking their own advice. If you want to end racism, you need to stop talking about race. But the black folks who would be considered DEI hires and beneficiaries of affirmative action if their political ideology leaned left and they themselves weren't brought on to specific media companies for the sole purpose of being the Negro face and voice of the right, Xavier DeRusso, won't stop mentioning skin color. So today we're going to talk about how Republicans are obsessed with race. It's a topic that they initiate, not the reactionary nonsense from them that leftists and progressives complain about. No, the right talks about skin color all the time. And as you're about to see, they only downplay racial diversity because they really don't have it.
One of the things I'd like to see, and I'm seeing, is more diversity in the Republican Party. To me, the Democratic Party is the party of coastal elites.
Take a look around at these wonderful members. This is the most diverse class of Republicans ever elected in the history of the United States Congress. We have more women than were ever elected before, more Hispanic members ever elected before, more African-American members in modern history.
Representative Elise Stefanik out of New York told Fox News' Sean Hannity in front of a room full of white people that the most recent House GOP class was the most diverse ever. Now, she added that there are more women and Hispanic members of Congress elected as Republicans than ever before, but then she said that there are more African-American members in modern history. When did modern history start? Because while Congress is statistically more white than America is, there are less Black Republican members in today's Congress than there were in the 1870s, with there being one current Black Republican in the United States Senate. I mean, there's only been 12 Black senators in U.S. history, but the vast majority of the diversity in Congress is in the Democratic Party, and Black Republicans are far less likely to be elected into office. A few months ago, I made a video about how Black Republicans need to deny the existence of systemic racism in order to keep leopards from eating their faces. Quick recap. The price of admission for Representative Byron Donalds is to say that life was better for Black families during Jim Crow because they could remain together or something, without acknowledging that his family couldn't be together back then because...
Yeah, this guy's name keeps popping up, Byron Donalds, making himself famous with those silly comments. Anyways, I'm not gonna kill y'all with this. Hopefully you get the point. He's got some old clips in here. Yeah, hopefully you'll get the point. Let's read some comments. His caption, it says, "It's only obsession if it's coming from the other side of the aisle," Fox News or whatever. It says, "Today we're going to talk about how Republicans are obsessed with race. It's topics that they initiate, not reactionary nonsense that leftists and progressives complain about. No, the right talks about skin color all the time. And as you're about to see, they only downplay racial diversity because they really don't have it." You know, all of the damn comments, the DEI hire comments really get on my nerves. Like, it was one talking about the congressman and what the Congress chick, what was her name? I can't think of her name. Jackson, I want to say. And they were like, DEI hire. And I'm like, bro, like, that is wrong on so many levels. Like, first off, she wasn't never hired. She ran for election and won. Like, like your logic is not there. It's like you know your brain rots when you focus on this stuff. Let me read some comments. It says, "This guy is going to be really upset when his DNA ancestry test comes back as 102% African with a 2% margin of error." Another comment, it says, "I cannot pretend to know how Black Americans feel as a straight white man. The only difficulty I've had in my life is I was born poor and I didn't even pull myself out because I was given opportunities most others don't get. What I don't understand is why anyone who hopes for a better tomorrow would elect a man like Trump. Trump is the one who said, if you can do If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Another comment, it says, never in my life would I have an For Trump t-shirt on my bingo card. My blackness can't help but laugh because I'm tired of being angry. Another one, but conservatives are colorblind. Every election cycle, we have to hear about how black people are turning Republican. Now they never get more than 8 to 12% of the vote, but we go through this every time. Another one, not to mention the absurd amount of racist conservatives and MAGAs recently who have been saying that since Trump is now a convicted felon, that black people can relate and will be voting and supporting him now. Another one, it says, I'm a Democrat. If Trump was the Democrat candidate, I would vote Republican. Another comment, it says, people will tell you who they are if you just pay attention. It says, dude said the cop was a sellout like he himself wasn't. It says, my first election was voting for the criminal E. Edwards over the former state Grand Wizard in Louisiana. Lord, I'm so tired of throwbacks 20s. Yeah, man. Stir fry shit or bake shit. Those are your options. That is United States politics. Really, really terrible options. So we're gonna wrap it on the topic of Breonna Joy Gray. She freaking they got rid of Kim Iverson from the Hill. They got rid of Katie Porter, I want to say. They got rid of Crystal and Sager. I think Crystal and Sager left on their own, but still kind of pushed out because of the way that the Hill wouldn't let them cover what they wanted to cover and stuff. These guys, they have a good format, the Hill, where it's set up where you kind of like have somebody that's kind of from the right and somebody that's kind of from the left, and then they cover the topics from those two sides, and then a lot of times they debate over the topic or whatever. It's a great format. Because you don't get that very much. All of the news comes from one side or the other. They're all biased. Very little discourse from both sides. All you have is your echo chambers. And so the Hill tries to do that, and they do a decent job of it. But then when you cover certain topics that, go against, let's say, mainstream narratives, if you will, basically, if you speak too much truth, then you get canned or pushed out, So this is what happened to Breonna Joy Gray. She's no longer in the Hill. And it's not surprising because it was some months ago, Breonna Joy Gray was already thinking about quitting. And she stayed because of the exposure that she gets for being on the Hill. It's a major channel.
She's the one that was Biden's first press secretary, right?
No, not Biden. Sanders. She would have been Sanders' press secretary had he won. So when Sanders ran the first time, she was his what do you call it? The press secretary or whatever for the campaign. I'm probably saying the title wrong, but she was the head of everything having to do with the media for Sanders when he was running for president the first time. And then she wasn't happy with Sanders' politics and pretty much kind of separated herself from him. And, that's the story. It's like, one of those people that believed in Sanders until, time goes on and then you start seeing him better you know,
till he took that house to stand down to Hillary. That broke a lot of his people.
I want to see if we can find the clip that got her out of there. I don't remember. I saw it. It was definitely over her, the way she covered the
right down there, isn't it?
The Israel-Hamas war.
Right there.
What are you talking about? This one?
Yeah. That's somebody else reporting it, but
right. It might be. It might have been this one. And Kim Iverson said some good stuff too. So I don't remember. I didn't get to watch all of these. So let's just do a little bit of this one. Let's see.
Has been fired from U.S. outlet The Hill after her critical reporting of Israel. Brianna Joy Gray has until today hosted a show called The Rising, which she co-hosts with a right-wing commentator named Robbie Sove. So the idea of the show is fairly interesting, actually. It's to facilitate debate. It often gets heated between the left-wing and the right-wing host. To get an idea, this is an example from soon after October the 7th.
It is interesting that there have been no calls to censor. I mean, it's not the same for the president of the United States, obviously, but to even ask for an apology or a personal retraction from Joe Biden after lying about the 40 beheaded babies that have yet to materialize. His campaign, his administration got away with putting a retraction out to the press without him ever, as I understand it, to date, being asked about why he specifically averred that he had seen evidence of something. But even the IDF. But even the IDF said that they had no evidence of.
That's not true. It's been shared on social media. The Israeli government has said this is the picture we've shown Joe Biden.
That is literally not. That is not true, Robbie.
It is absolutely true. How many times do you have to see pictures of blown apart children before you concede
I see pictures of blown apart children every single day, Robbie. They're Palestinian children. What I have not
So you're saying there are no Israeli blown apart children? What is wrong with you?
Now, of course, Brianna Joy Gray was correct in that clip. Her co-host was wrong. And Brianna has continued to apply her critical eye to the Gaza war, highlighting Israeli atrocities in Gaza, questioning official narratives from Israel and their allies, and highlighting Western duplicity in Israel's genocidal war. And it's an approach which has gained The Hill lots of views. So a recent video hosted by Joy Gray highlighting anti-Palestinian racism by talk show host Bill Maher has 176,000 views. That was just in 2 days. A popular video from last week criticized Joe Biden walking back from his supposed red line on Rafah. So you're seeing lots of people watching this, critical coverage of Israel. However, late this Thursday, Brianna Joy Gray revealed that she had been fired by The Hill. So she tweeted this, and it seems like she's been fired in a somewhat unceremonious way. So Brianna Joy Gray's tweet: "It finally happened. The Hill has fired me. There should be no doubt that the Rising Hill, or the Hill Rising, has a clear pattern of suppressing speech, particularly when it's critical of the state of Israel. This is why they fired Katie Halper, and it was only a matter of time before they fired me." And you can see this email. It's very abrupt.
Katie Halper. I said Katie Porter. I was thinking of the politician. Katie Halper is the one I was thinking of.
Notice of contract termination. Dear Brianna Joy, this is a 30-day written notice that your consulting services agreement is being terminated pursuant to the provisions of Section 5.3 for convenience. Thank you for your contributions, and we wish the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely yours, Hexstar Media. Now,
wow, what a way to get fired right there. What
Okay,
through an
well, we don't know what 5.3 is in her contract. So it's all just supposition. We'll say there's a big complaint about her rolling her eyes at that whole conversation.
Yeah, it was the conversation about an Israeli hostage being sexually assaulted, and that's what they were talking about at that time, and that's what they said. They said that she rolled her eyes, and that was the reason she got terminated. So, but this is what I think, okay? We have issues with journalism, and it's like it's really always about whatever narrative, approved narratives, quote unquote, that can be shared. We, are supposed to have free speech in this country, but at the same time, journalists get shut down when they go against the quote unquote narrative again and again. And then
at the same time, we have journalists offering their opinions instead of discussing facts, or not allowing other people to have opinions.
The whole freaking media is talking.
They're not journalists.
The whole freaking media is talking head opinion pieces.
Exactly.
Like, she does journalism. She does actual researched peer-reviewed type stuff. But what I was gonna say, damn it, you made me lose it. But it was like, we're talking about the narrative. Oh, money. It's not even about money, because you get these people who doing good pieces and people are attracted to it and click and view, and these media sites making money off of this stuff, and that's still, they don't care about the money that they're making. They care more about what narrative is being presented to the people, is basically what I'm saying. They have a problem
it's about the money.
The guy just showed clips. He just showed popular videos that got lots of views.
The money. The advertising money.
A lot of these sites.
It's about she pissed off people who were spending shit tons of money on advertising, and they go, yeah, that's bullshit. Can her, or we're gonna pull our ads.
Yeah, it's
about the money.
I don't think so. I really don't. I think that it's more about the narrative than it is about the money, because these people like Kyle, Crystal and Sager went completely independent, and they don't do any they don't have any advertisers. Their model is relied upon subscriptions. They're doing a subscription model, and they're wildly successful, making lots and lots and lots of money. Okay, no advertising needed, and they cover what they want to cover. So it's not you can make money, lots of money, doing good journalism. Whoever the advertisers can be pissed off.
You were using someone else as an example on a different subject. That's not the subject. The subject is she had a contract working for someone who has advertisers and things like that. Again, we don't know what Section 5.3 is. So we're still just guessing. But in general, if you say something that makes your the company's advertisers, which that's how they make their money, not want to advertise, then you boot them. Just like fucking Fox did to Tucker Carlson. He started saying some shit that the advertisers didn't like. They threatened to back out, so they booted him.
It's an attack on journalism left and right. Tucker Carlson is another example of that.
Well, actually, I could consider that action that she did, the way she handled that interview, as an attack on her professionalism. So again, we don't know what 5.3 is. We don't know what the contract is. So all we're doing is guessing as to what the real reasons are.
All right, let me play some more of this.
For your contributions, and we wish the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely yours, X-Star Media. Now, she's been presenting this show for a few years, I think, and just a couple of sentences. Nah, you're sacked. Sorry, bye-bye. She mentioned Katie Halper in the tweet. She's another left-wing commentator who was fired from The Hill. In that case, that was after she called on progressives to commit to dismantling Israeli apartheid. Again, so a very reasonable position. So what precipitated Joy Gray losing her job? Well, the decision to fire Gray comes after this video of her went viral.
Thank you. Me too. And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
That video was shared by Israeli influencer Hen Mazig, who tweeted it with this commentary. The Hill's Brianna Joy Gray rolling her eyes and sighing after Yarden Gonen, sister of a hostage in Gaza, asking her to believe rape victims. No, low, this person won't sink to. Truly disgusting. Now, Hen Mazig is a troll. I've been on Piers Morgan with him. He's just constantly trying to change the subject. Very disingenuous, very, very cynical guy. I have to admit, though, when I first saw that clip, I did find it a little bit uncomfortable, right? So I should be clear, I understood why Brianna Joy Gray rolled her eyes when that was sort of said to her by that guest. Brianna is one of the few commentators who has been brave enough to question the dodgy reporting from the likes of the New York Times about alleged systematic rape committed by Hamas. She gets flack for that all the time, and that attack was being repeated there, right? So I can see why she's like, this again. However, I think most people watching that will think such a dismissive response might seem inappropriate when, you're not just talking to a right-wing troll, you're talking to someone whose sister is currently being taken hostage, right? So you probably should avoid rolling your eyes in that situation. However, though, I did go back and look at the full context of this. And when you see the whole interview, it does give you a sort of a different image of what had happened, because the guest did say a lot of things that were just completely untrue.
I think the question is, so many other hostage families who've been protesting Netanyahu seem to believe that what would help their family members come home sooner is if Netanyahu would agree to a ceasefire and a hostage release deal to really prioritize what you're saying, prioritize getting your sister home where she can be safe and have the medical attention it seems that she very much needs.
You're very right, but sometimes throughout those deals, we saw that Hamas wasn't agreeing anything at all. Right now, we have a new deal that the Israeli administration put on the table that Biden is vouching her this deal. And I'm really hopeful that Hamas will show the world that he cares about his own citizens and will say yes to this deal. Because if they say no, I'm really hopeful that everyone can see the true face of terror.
So the guest there, sort of as Brianna was pointing out, there are lots of families of hostage victims who have sort of said, we really want Netanyahu to agree to a ceasefire. They're protesting him. Whereas this guest that she was speaking to on the Hill was essentially saying, no, this is all Hamas's fault. We just need all of your support to sort of defeat these terrorists. Now, of course, it's not a reason to be rude to someone whose sister is being held hostage, but I do think that lots of untruths are actually being said by this guest, including there. So she's saying it's Hamas standing in the way of a ceasefire. That ignores, of course, that it's Israel who are pushing back against the ceasefire plan outlined by Joe Biden. Hamas have said so long as the ceasefire is permanent, they're willing to sign it. So that suggestion from the guest, it's all Hamas's fault. Israel is looking for peace. Why won't everyone just rally around and put even more pressure on the terrorists? The guest speaking to Brianna also relied on some pretty discredited sources.
I don't know if you know Zaka organization, but they have the worst pictures of what Hamas has done to the women during the October 7th attack.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately, we are very familiar with Zaka, but regrettably, the reporting has been roundly discredited by both Israeli and American media sources. So I really would like to bring this back to your sister specifically. And I want to ask you about what you make of new reports.
Because I saw the pictures with my own eyes. And when you will have a sister in a terror organization's hand, you will know the feeling of terrifying every minute of every day. Can't sleep at night, can't even drink a sip of water because I know that my sister is drinking salt water from the sea, that she's not getting food and the terrorist is eating in front of her face.
Yeah, Yardin, I really hope your sister does get water and food, and I hope that I'm sure you're aware of the ample reporting of Israel blocking aid, food, and water to Gaza in a way that is hurting both the people of Gaza and the hostages, right?
Most of the trucks are getting inside Gaza. I don't know if you saw, but Hamas is blocking them from them civilians. They're not giving their own civilians the humanitarian aid that everyone is so eager to give them.
So you can see why Briahna Joy Gray is getting frustrated right there. She's got a guest who's just saying Israeli talking point after Israeli talking point after Israeli talking point. We know what they've done because we've heard from Zaka. Now, as you'll have seen from sort of previous shows we've done, so much of what Zaka said, this voluntary first responder group, has been completely discredited. There was a really good Al Jazeera documentary, and we interviewed the producer. He spoke to or interviewed this guy from Zaka, saying lots of the things that you've sort of said happened. I think they'd sort of said that there was a fetus ripped out of a pregnant woman's stomach. He said that this can't be true because it doesn't sort of line up with the other evidence we've got. And he says, no, I've got a picture of it. It shows, the host a picture, and says that picture doesn't show that at all. Right? So it does seem like Zaka are not in any way people who should be trusted, but just repeated there, and then says, oh no, Israel are really committed to giving all the people of Palestine food. It's just Hamas blocking it. So, I can see why as a host you'd be getting very frustrated by listening to, all this bullshit essentially. And the interview. So, at the beginning we showed you that small clip which went viral, and everyone's saying this is completely outrageous. How can she be so disrespectful as to roll her eyes to sort of a family member of a victim of hostage taking? Right? And when you look at that 14-second clip, some people will think, oh, that did seem a little bit disrespectful to someone in a difficult sort of position. But let's show you that in context. So this is how the interview ended with, what I think can only be called a bit of a rant.
If the world won't help us, we will see 9/11 the second time in the US as well. But we can already see in the United States, in Michigan, rallies that's calling death to America, not condemning terror organizations in Israel or any other place. In fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people. And I would like to clarify also that one of the rationale that was presented for 9/11 was discussed with America's support of Israel's continued occupation of Palestine. So that's neither here nor there. I really do hope that Netanyahu agrees and Israel agrees to the ceasefire deal that could bring all the hostages, including your sister, home. And I'm sure many people watching are praying for her safety.
Thank you. Me too. And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
So that 11-second clip that people watch, which actually makes it look like, Briahna Joy Gray ended the interview early, which she absolutely did not. And you saw the eye roll. It had come after this rant where, after spouting a load of untruths, this person says, if we don't defeat Hamas now, you're going to have another 9/11 in America, and everyone in, this heavily Muslimly, this state with a large Muslim population is protesting to call for Hamas to win and the hostages to be, loads and loads of nonsense. So you can see why Briahna Joy had that reaction. I don't think the 14-second clip being shared by all of these Israeli talking heads is in any way representative.
So this is an example of what happens whenever, it's the reels, man. It's the reels. I hate them so much. Even on my show, I haven't done reels in like 3 weeks. I want to say I haven't done any reels. And I also haven't gotten any views in that time. The only views, the only time I get substantial views is when I make reels. People just want to watch 15-second clips and they don't want to take the time to actually get into any topic, and they just want to be outraged, So it's really easy to make a 15-second clip that leads people to feel this way or that way or whatever, No one wants to take the time to actually dig through the thing and realize whatever the hell the thing is, and it's super frustrating. Reels have taken over, the TikTok reels, and TikTok algorithm is like superior or whatever, and was so successful that the other one started copying it. So you have the Facebook reels now, you got the Instagram reels, and you got the YouTube reels now, and it's like people just scroll one reel to the next, and it wildly jumps from one subject topic to the other. It's like we have such a short attention span. We can't focus on something longer than 15 seconds. Like, people tend to not even watch the full. I know this because I look at the analytics. They don't even watch the full 15-second reel. They already ready to scroll to the next thing. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So they like and share those reels, and they get outraged, and then they make memes out of it, and they put it on Reddit, and they have a long ass thread underneath the 15-second reel of people speculating and commenting about it. And it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's just the angry, reactionary, emotional crap is what gets views. And it, nobody really cares what the hell the reality is behind it. And it's so frustrating to me. Like, I don't know what to do about it. To be successful in this atmosphere, you have to make, clips that get people emotionally charged. And a lot of times, if it's misleading, the more misleading, the better. The more colorful, the better. And that's why I do these long shows, these long form shows like this one. I'm at 4.5 hours right now, but it's like, to dig through these topics, to really come to some kind of conclusions or some kind of clarity. This takes time. It takes patience. It takes, knowledge on a subject. It takes some research, and, nobody really wants to do that. So that's how you get a situation where you get a 15-second clip that leads to somebody getting terminated. It is what it is. Let's read some comments. It says, first comment, it says, why is it totally okay to criticize our country and politicians, but when someone criticizes the foreign country, they gets fired? Another comment, it says, don't we all love the Western value defined as free speech? Yeah, I know. Like, where is the free speech? Is it an actual real thing? Or is it just that people are okay with free speech as long as they're saying something that you agree with? So, but then that completely flies in the face of the idea of free speech. Someone saying something that you don't agree with, and you want to shut them down, you want to censor them. So then that's not the same as free speech. Like, the whole point of free speech is that someone who's saying something that is unpopular, doesn't follow the narrative, something that you don't agree with, they're able to say those things. And how can we ever get to the bottom or get any truth out of situations where you have a situation where people aren't allowed to say certain things? And it's like unwritten rules. The journalists know what they can say and what they can't say, even if it's not written in anywhere. They know what is approved and what isn't, without it actually being spoken out loud. They can tell by the reactions, by what happens, by what stories get printed and which ones don't, about the journalists who gets promoted and the ones that get fired. You don't have to tell them, you can't say this about that. They already know. And there's nowhere. You get on YouTube, there's lots of things you can't say on YouTube. That's why a lot of people, by the way, if you guys want to support the channel, watch the show on Rumble, because I'm monetized there, and I get a couple of dollars every 2 weeks off of there. Freaking YouTube has found a way to make it almost impossible to get monetized on here, making anything that's worth a crap. If I get up here and do fart videos or something, I probably could get monetized. But if I'm actually talking about something, I'm not going to get monetized ever. So yeah, watch on Rumble. I'm probably going to start doing some Rumble only shows, maybe one day a week, to hopefully get some better movement over there. So yeah, free speech, journalism. Free speech is not a thing, and journalism is dying or dead at this point, because all we have is the feedback loops. The algorithm is giving you your freaking stuff that you already believe in, views that you already have. There's no challenge. No one's being challenged. There's no challenging questions. It's just a bunch of crap, man. I don't know what to say. I'm so frustrated with the way things are when it comes to journalism. You know, I wanted to do it. You know what I've been thinking about doing? I'm going to write something, but it's going to be fiction, because I really believe that I have a better chance at writing fiction than any kind of like investigative journalism, research-based journalism, which is what I would rather do. But I don't see any, you know, I won't make anything there. It won't be lucrative. I won't be able to monetize it. So if I want to write something and make some money off of it, I'm going to have to write some fictions. I already started writing it. And I'm not going to tell y'all what it is at all, because I'm really planning on trying to get it published and making some money off of it. So anyways, a couple more comments. It says, better to be fired than work for a fascist. You know, I like that, except, you know, people got to pay their bills, you know, so I don't blame people. You know, I don't blame the journalists who make these crap stories every week, because they have to pay the bills. The bills keep coming every month, whether you're whatever happens, you know, and that's a way that they control us. We're so controlled when it comes to, you know, having to pay bills. So we end up working for the machine. We end up being a cog in the machine, and the machine wins, you know, the corporations win. The status quo wins at the end of the day, because we're just trying to look out for our family. We're just trying to be able to live and be alive, or otherwise we're going to be under the bridge. And they're criminalizing freaking homelessness, and basically being poor is a crime. It's so expensive to be poor. Another comment, it says, criminal is always a criminal. They're afraid of the truth and lie all the time. So you know that
she'll be okay, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
No,
you know,
she's pulling $25,000 a month on her Patreon.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. I follow her on her own channel. She has a channel on YouTube where she does her own stuff.
Yeah,
and
she's pulling $25,000 a month on her own. So,
and she also has a podcast show that she does. So I'm sure she'll be fine.
I can't completely go into the poor her category with it.
Well, I'm talking about it in general. You know, she's the exception. I'm sure there's plenty of others that aren't so lucky when it comes to this kind of stuff. And that's the reason why I'm saying the ones that make the shit stories and they keep doing it, because they won't be, if they were to get terminated, they won't be in a position like she is. She's already, you know, famous. She really got to get thrust on the scene as a result of being a part of Bernie Sanders' campaign, because that's how I knew who she was. I didn't know who she was before that. So that put her up there, you know, above many others, to be able to have a platform, you know, regardless of it. If she was still making really good content, nobody knew who the hell she was, she'd probably be like me on YouTube, not getting no freaking views. Yeah, so I was speaking of it in general for all of the journalists. And you know, you ran by criminals when the whistleblowers are the ones that get persecuted, the ones that go to jail. When and the person, the people that they drawing attention to, nothing happens to them. Maybe they get some fines, and they just made $1 billion, and then they got to pay like a $10,000 fine, and it means nothing. It means nothing. The guy who does the whistleblower, the guy who brings attention to the criminal activity of the others, loses their life. They lose their livelihood. They lose their freedom. Another comment says, another American media outlet to boycott. Another comment that says, getting fired for being critical of Israel is a badge of honor. Yeah, so it says another media outlet to boycott. Like, the only reason why I was even watching The Hill at this point was because of Briahna Joy Gray. With her not there, there is no reason for me to watch that show. Just watch her on her own show. So watch the numbers of The Hill drop and watch Briahna Joy Gray's channel views go up. Bad Faith, that's the name of it too. This is a clip right here. She's talking about bad faith arguments, how people do bad faith arguments. So that's the name of her show. Another comment that says, getting fired for being critical of Israel is a badge of honor. Another comment that says, she has a problem that her sister is drinking salt water, but not an issue that all of the Palestine is drinking salt water. Another comment, free speech telling the truth is now a crime. Another one, Israeli speaking points are so old and tired. Another comment that says, I don't think she's pro-Palestine, she just criticized Israel. Another comment says, she did nothing wrong. Rising is going to become such a shitty show without Brie. Yep. Well, they're going to find somebody else that's on the left. They have the guy, he'd probably take her spot. What is his name? He's the backup left guy. What is his name? I can't think of his name right now, but he'll probably take her spot. But he talks just like her, so his days will probably be numbered too. Another comment that says, wasn't it Israel that refused the deal? Another one, what a surreal time we're living in. Another comment that says, calling her a pro-Palestinian journalist is not correct. She is just a journalist doing her job. Another comment that says, look at the poor victim smirk as the interviewer points out that her sources are proven wrong. Another comment, I knew that they'd fire her. She was too real for them. She consistently wiped the floor with Rob. Yeah, I agree all the time. That dude gets on my nerves too. Like, it's just the look on his face sometimes be bothering me. Another comment that says, it's not that she's pro-Palestine, but pro-truth. Another one, not pro-Palestinian, but pro-justice, pro-peace, anti-war, anti-killing of children and women, anti-apartheid, anti-occupation oppression. You know, and I was on Reddit, and it was a lot of really negative comments about Briahna Joy Gray related to this particular topic. Long threads. Yep. You had the DEI comments too, like, God, it never stops. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here. I'm freaking tired, y'all. This chick right here, Kim, I want to say Kim, she used to be a part of The Hill too.
That she received.
She got terminated too. Almost the same reason.
Big news that just happened. Brianna Joy Gray from Rising, The Hills Rising. As many of you know, I was on Rising as one of their main hosts for a while. Brianna Joy Gray has been hosting the show with Robbie Suave for the last while. She has been fired from The Hill. She has announced it publicly. I've been in contact with her, as well as with Robbie, as well as with others at The Hill. And it has been confirmed that she has been fired. She tweeted this out. She says, "It finally happened. The Hill has fired me. There should be no doubt that Rising has a clear pattern of suppressing speech, particularly when it's critical of the state of Israel. This is why they fired Katie Halper, and it was only a matter of time before they fired me. You can continue to follow me at Patreon, Bad Faith Podcast. She does have her own podcast that she's been doing and has continued to do for quite a while, so you can follow her there." And then she attached the letter that she received, the email that she received, June 6th, Brianna Joy Gray, they spelled her name wrong. "Notice of contract termination. Dear Brianna Joy, this is 30 days written notice that your consulting services agreement is being terminated pursuant to the provisions of Section 5.3 for convenience. Thank you for your contributions, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely yours, Next Star Media." Yeah. Oh.
You know, one things I really bothers me too, like it's signed Next Star Media, and it's like it's so impersonal. Like it's not even for. It had to be a person that wrote this, right? So, but that person didn't put their name in this. It's like I'm representing.
Tell me you've never worked for corporate America without actually saying you've never worked for corporate America.
I've been in these kinds of situations before. That doesn't make it right. I'm saying that it's still. I'm saying this is impersonal. This is so impersonal. Like it's so like robotic. It's the robot zombie apocalypse. It's I'm following through the motions. I represent the corporation. Sincerely,
I am making her do the paperwork chain, so you can't file a lawsuit for me not doing it.
I mean, if that's the reason, that's the reason. But still, it's like I've made the example before of how, like, you had the corner store that you could go to, and if you were short on a couple of dollars or whatever, they let you slide. They knew your mom, they know your dad, they know your cousins and uncles.
I was let go by going in, and my sign in on my computer wouldn't work. And it still took them an hour to finally tell me, "Oh, it doesn't work because you don't work here anymore."
Yeah, I've seen that specific thing happen before, where your code doesn't work, or you can't get in the building. Your login doesn't work. They haven't even told you. I've seen this firsthand. That kind of thing happen. But that's what I'm saying. Like I said, the corner store. It was. You live in a neighborhood, and you always go to this corner store. It's right there, like next to your, apartment building or whatever. And they know you because you come in there all the time, and you have a relationship with the people in the store, and like I say, you're short, you get some eggs and some milk or whatever, some bread or whatever, and they let you slide. They like, you can come back next week and pay for those eggs and milk. We know you're coming back because you live here in this building. I know your family. I know your mom. I'm going to see your mom come in here later and be like, "Hey, Billy came through and got some eggs and milk," or whatever. He owes like $7 or whatever it is or whatever. But see, like that. And this, I remember this specifically when I was a child, that things were that way, but things have changed. That corner store is now a chain restaurant, or a chain store. It's probably a gas station,
because mom and pops got choked out, and even more probably. And they're saying, "Oh, we're recovering," but there's still a good 40 or 50% of those mom and pops that went out and were replaced by corporate people.
And that's
I
what I'm
mean, by
saying.
corporate restaurants and stores and all of that. The whole pandemic was about destroying mom and pops right now. The whole
Yes.
escalated minimum wage is about destroying mom and pops.
I don't agree with that part, but
Absolutely it is, because the only people that can afford that are people that do the amount of volume and sales and profit margins that corporate makes.
yeah,
It's choking the mom and pops out.
minimum wage hasn't raised it since the 90s or whatever.
I'm talking about the states that are doing it, man. Stop playing this fucking exception game.
I'm not.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I
You're
completely.
watching major corporations even are bailing from California. Mom and pops have been bailing from California for since they brought it up to 15.
I agree
they're moving
that
across the borders. McDonald's is about to pull entirely out of California. They've already threatened it.
I agree that COVID was an attack on small businesses. I agree with that. So, but the point I'm trying to make is this separation between people, you know, how we've gotten to this point where, you know, they don't even care about service or, you know, the product, the quality of the products and services or whatever. There's a huge divide. There's a huge gulf of separation, you know, and like this, the way that they signed this email is an example of that separation, that gulf, you know, that it's not
Welcome to the era when things are done impersonally through email and stuff like that. It's the way it's done. Oh, it's sad. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's really not. It's the way things are done. It's the way she got the job.
It doesn't have to be that way. Whoever was the head of the department or whatever, the one who was behind the email, they could have put their name in the email. That would have been better. That would have been more personal. That would have been, you know, putting a face on, you know, this interaction instead of it being a faceless corporation, totally inhuman, totally
because you were you were fired by a department. I'm sorry, I am never going to fall into the oh poor her situation on this.
This isn't about her specifically. This is about journalism.
It is. You're just making it about something else. You're making it about, oh, this is the way the world is now. No, that's the way she was treated by this corporation. A lot of corporations do some of the stuff like this right now. And who is to say at any point in time, one, she violated her contract on whatever Section 5.3 is. And again, we don't know what that is specifically. It's just like an automated freaking letter, man. It's the same shit that I get from the people that give me bills every month. It's the same thing that I get with if I'm late on a bill. I mean, the only reason that doesn't happen to me with my work is because I work for a mom and pop, not a corporation. I don't expect, you know, you can't expect the same things from different kinds of employers and employment.
That doesn't make it right.
Doesn't make it wrong. It just means it's distasteful.
Let me read some comments. It says, first one, it says, I stopped taking the Hill seriously when Kim left. Another one, it says, when exposing a crime is treated as committing a crime, you are being ruled by criminals, Edward Snowden. Another comment, it says, I grew up in the 70s. Everything they taught us, communism, is what our government has become. Another comment, communism was in quotation marks, by the way. Another comment, it says, let's face it, she didn't get fired because she's critical of Israel. Anyone watching The Hill knows that they must have had 1,000 segments without exaggeration about Israel, and she never held back. So then what was it then? Let me see the replies. It says, yeah, she got fired because she let ideology override sensibility. What does that mean? It says, it's like none of these people upset actually watch Rising. Brianna criticized Israel all the time. It's not why she was fired. Well, tell us what you think she was fired then. That's what I'm looking for. It says, because in her conversation with the hostage sister, she was rolling her eyes indignantly towards the end. You can be critical of Israel all you want, but you cannot lose your professionalism as an anchor/host. BJG is well within her rights to disagree with and confront a Gun's viewpoint, but when the guest is someone whose sister is in captivity, she has to maintain a certain sensitivity throughout the conversation, no matter how much she disagreed with what the guest is saying. While BJG started off with sensitivity, the eye roll and curt closure at the end was clearly unprofessional. So yeah, again, it was the 15-second clip that led to it, with people not really seeing the context, and just the clip was enough.
No, because all of that they were talking about wasn't just in that clip. That was rolling throughout the interview. I'm thinking 5.3 is a professionalism clause.
Let me read some more comments. It says, I'm not Bree's biggest fan, but I resent her firing. I will unsubscribe from The Hill effective immediately. Another one, stop watching The Hill since they fired Kim. Another one, she defended DEI. That was a reason enough to be sacked. Okay. Another comment, I'm not religious, but someone posted this quote and I had to look it up. First, we overlook evil, then we permit evil, then we legalize evil, then we promote evil, then we celebrate evil, then we persecute those who still call it evil. Dr. Dwight Longnecker. That's what she said. Another comment, it says, another show to unsubscribe from. Another comment says, Jimmy Dore said it best. You don't get punished for telling lies. You get punished for telling the truth. Bing, bing, bing. Another comment.
This isn't about telling lies or the truth.
Yeah. Another comment, it says, a nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people. John F. Kennedy. Another one, getting fired from The Hill has now become a badge of honor. One more. It says, I'm sure she was fired in part because of Israel criticism, but Brianna is also just generally terrible. She can be disingenuous and confrontational for no reason, very rude and dismissive of others, especially Robbie. Fails to admit when she's wrong, which is very often, especially with COVID. Passive progressive, smug on just about every issue. She should be fired, but not for her Israel criticism. She's one of the most unlikable characters in all media. I'd put her smugness up with Bill Maher and Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's almost impossible to bear. Glad she's gone, but not for Israel positions. Yeah. I don't like Bill Maher, but I don't know what the problem you have with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's one of those guys that you keep complaining about will pretty much say whatever for the money. I mean, there's constantly people proving him wrong and this, that, the other. He's got some good shit. He's a celebrity physicist.
Yeah, he's pretty funny, though.
I like him personally, but I also know anything that he says, any theory he talks to me about, it's like Wikipedia. You have just given me the basis for research to find out more about the subject. And yeah, I'm going to take the knowledge that you gave me as I go into it, but I'm also not going to take your statements as being the final say on it. I mean, like I say, I like him like you do. He's entertaining. He's like Bill Nye. Bill Nye ain't really the science guy that everyone thinks he is, but he's pretty good at science. I mean, and you got to realize these guys are showmen. They're paid to entertain. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has not been a physicist, mathematician, or any of that in a long, long time. He's been an entertainer for the last 20 years. And he's really good at his job. And he's really, really smart. And he's fun to talk to, especially about things on that fringes that he knows. Because, you know, he brings an entertaining point of view and way to look at it. He talks the science really good. But when you dig into it, when you're not knowledgeable at his level and you dig into it, you start finding inconsistencies with what other people say. And it's not a bad thing. That's actually what science is really all about.
Let me read this one right here. Check it out. It says, hey, remember when Luke Skywalker went back to his house to find that his home had been bombed to shit and the only family he ever knew had been eviscerated into cinders? And then he immediately joined the armed resistance and literally blew up the enemy base with everyone inside, and we all cheered. Yeah. Comments, it says, it's interesting.
They forgot the point where he was inducted into a religious cult that had not existed or was thought not to exist for years as well. Jedi Order.
Use the Force.
Like I say, he was also inducted into a religious cult, and then he went on to destroy the Empire, the country's largest enemy base. They're saying, we're talking Death Star, and few million people inside. Half a million, maybe?
That's what it says. A comment, it says, makes you think, don't it? That's the caption. Comment, it says, it's interesting how in books or movies like Star Wars, Hunger Games, etc., everyone cheers for the underdog who's experiencing the atrocity. Everyone says, oh yeah, I would absolutely be with the resistance. But in real life, we're all watching horrible things unfold right before our eyes, and those same people are silent or defending those hurting the underdog. Another comment, it says, I've been using Star Wars to explain this for years to people that just don't get it. Yeah, it's true. I don't see how, people tend to not make the connections.
Here you go. Here's a good quote on the original quote that they're quoting it from, or the original meme. Star Wars, the story of an orphaned boy who became radicalized after a military strike kills his family. He's indoctrinated into an ancient religion, joins a band of rebel insurgents, and carries out a terrorist attack, killing over 300,000 people. That is the story of Star Wars.
Okay. So, but when you're watching the movie Star Wars, you're rooting for Luke Skywalker. You're going against the establishment or whatever, right? The big corporation, the one that's running the show, but they're oppressing the people, and the people are fighting back, and you're rooting for the people, the little guy, the ones who are fighting back against the big bullies, right? So it's like, it's weird how, in the movies we can support, the little guy, the insurgent or whatever, but in real life, we don't.
Because real life and fantasy are different. Real life is more complicated. You're led to follow the reasons and things of the hero in the movie. You are put in the position. You are given the stuff only to make yourself believe or go with that. You don't start thinking about the other side of it. You don't think about how the Empire is actually the lawmakers of the galaxy and the ones who 90% of the people feel protect them from that kind of terrorist action. I mean, if you really look at it from both sides of it that way, I mean, that is basically the equivalent of, like you said, 9/11.
Let me read some comments. It says, let's be honest, most people are somehow too dim to understand how Western interventionism drives terrorism and religious extremism. They will never understand how bombing and invasion create 5 fighters for every 1 unalived. Another comment says, so you're advocating violence? Another comment says, Star Wars, Hunger Games, Handmaid's Tale. A lot of these books are fiction, but are inspired by real life shit that's horrific.
Yep.
Another comment says, now post a video of James Cameron and George Lucas talking about how the rebels were the Viet Cong. Another comment says, war against conservatives is always a good thing. Another one, yeah, too many people are totally fine with the Empire. Another one, it says, except Luke didn't join some death cult hell-bent on eradicating a certain race of people. Another comment, it says, isn't that what Israel is doing, blowing up Palestine with everybody inside? Another comment, remember when Luke's uncle went out on an armed raid on Tatooine and killed all the people at a local festival and raided the town of innocent civilians, sexually assaulted all the women, murdered the men, and took most of them hostage before he went back home to make Luke dinner? Another comment, he left to learn about the Force, not join the Resistance. He had been planning to join before his aunt and uncle passed away. His uncle was preventing him from going. I think that's beside the point. Another comment is
his uncle prevented him from going to the Imperial Flight School or to the Imperial Academy.
Another comment, it says, saw a video from a State Department official in like November mentioning this as a danger to LZ. Guess they haven't listened. Last one, it says, it doesn't because it's an effing movie and it was an enemy base. Civilians didn't live on the effing Death Star. Nice try, I guess. Grasping. Yeah, I don't think they had civilians on a weapon. Would have been.
There was nobody cleaning the toilets. There was nobody serving food, cooking food. There was nobody doing domestic. There's nobody just doing paperwork.
Those are all military. There's all military people. If you're on a naval vessel,
90% of those 90% of those things are done by civilian contractors.
No, not when you're in the military. No, that's not true. That is totally not true. It's the officer. It's the military enlistment.
I'm just gonna say
they cook. They clean. They do all that shit.
I will bend and I will retract my statement because of your all-consuming knowledge of how military works and what's going on with it. Despite the fact that you can track military activity and how we're going and what we're going to do by following where the contracts go for food and pre-camp setups. But okay.
Every person on a naval vessel are military people. They cook, they clean, they do everything that needs to be done on that vessel. They're all military people. Let's do this one. It says, why isn't there a train to Houston's airports? Because something's always in the way. I mentioned this earlier in the show. It says, why isn't there a train to Houston airports? It's a question Houstonians often ask, but with few simple answers, as the Metropolitan Transit Authority plots and operates a transit system for the Houston area. Metro has repeatedly planned for light rail to the airport, or in Houston's case, airports, but has never followed through. In 2003, when voters passed a long-range transit plan that led to the construction of the Red Line and eventually green and purple lines, all of the maps included tracks to both airports. The Red Line, the first 7 miles of which opened in 2004, was expected to snake farther north, possibly along Interstate 45 or the Hardy Toll Road, and eventually into George Bush Intercontinental Airport. We have never been at a point where a line to the airport was imminent to happen, former Metro Board member Christoph Spieler said, calling the efforts the step after the step we are working on. It's always the step after the step. And I covered a story some time ago where they were talking about the guy that's over like is it the text dot or is it the toll road or whatever? This guy gets paid an insane amount of money, like crazy amount of money, like ridiculously paid. And you have to wonder why they paying it, like not to belittle the guy's job, but it's like, why this guy gets paid so freaking much, and meanwhile, like, what is it doing to whatever, man? Freaking, what I thought about when I was reading this is the two airports. And me being a native Houstonian, growing up in Houston, and it's always been two airports as long as I've been around. And I thought everybody had two airports, like all the cities had two airports or whatever. And now as in my old age, I realized that that's not the case. And it's like Houston is kind of special when it comes to that. But we have a lot of people. It's a big ass city. So, but still it's kind of cool, that we have two airports. It's like north side or south side, and and I did like a GPS, not a GPS, Google Maps, not Google Maps, whatever, the freaking thing that tells you which way to go. And I can't think now, I'm tired, but I'm like right in the middle. I live like right in the middle, like there's not much difference because I had to take my nephew to the airport after school got out. He was going to Washington State to be with his sister for the summer. And I looked at the thing to see which airport, will be closer. And it's from where I live, it's about the same. It's about the same distance to either airport, which is kind of cool. So it's like, depending on which airport the flight is going out of, I'm going to have to travel about the same distance. Anyways, just random information. It's interesting.
Strangely enough, it's actually faster to get to Hobby than it is international, even though over where we're at. And I'm saying this, I'm saying this as a Lyft driver, not as anything else.
Because of the traffic?
The traffic and construction. Also, you have multiple routes you can get into, where with Hobby, you've really only got one or two. You got 59, you got 610, period. Or you got 59 and you got 45, period. Down south, you can go 188. You can go further south of all the loops and hook that way. You can go 610 south. You can go Beltway 8 south. I mean, like I said, there's multiple ways you can get at it. But you still end up on one street no matter what, either way you go. It all comes down to you have to be at this one street or you're not going to get in.
Yeah, and when I took my nephew to the airport, I ended up in traffic. and I think he had like a 9 or 10 o'clock flight or some shit like that. And I'm like, I never booked no flights at no time like that. Like, I don't want to be in traffic coming. When you're leaving, when you come back, it is what it is. A lot of times you don't have no control over that. But booking an outgoing flight, I'm always gonna book that like
at early in the morning, you're going to get to the northern airport faster than the southern one.
Where it's like still dark outside, so I don't have to freaking.
Yeah, well, see, you're going against traffic heading north, and you're going with traffic because we're on the west side, so we're going with the downtown traffic to head toward the south side airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Depending upon time of day, makes a big difference. But the big thing is, it takes almost 10 minutes to get from the street into the international airport, into the North Airport.
Yeah, just getting into the airport.
Yeah, the property that it takes up, that area is huge.
Yeah.
While the southern airport is just like all built up on top of itself.
And the way that the signs are, it's confusing. It's stressful as hell. It's like,
and there's always at least one terminal under construction there too.
Yeah.
That either doesn't work or you have to go around, or you got to go around twice.
Yeah, it was construction when I went and took my nephew. And like I say, I was a little bit stressed driving up there and trying to not catch, because if you take the wrong little turn, then it's forever to get back around.
You got at least a 2-mile loop to go back around to get to the same spot you were at. And that's just the roads. It's worse if you get the wrong lane when you're in the terminals, because sometimes you got to go around almost the whole airport to get back to coming back in.
Let me read some comments. It says, we are so behind in public infrastructure. Should definitely have a wide serving train system by now. Shaking my head. I agree with that. Another comment, it says, building a light rail from downtown Houston to George Bush Intercontinental Airport will cost between $1 billion and $4 billion and take 7 to 12 years. Challenges include securing funding, land acquisition, environmental and regulatory approvals, technical issues. However, Biden's infrastructure plan, which allocated $90 billion to public transit, offers potential funding and support for such projects, aligning with goals to improve transportation and reduce emissions. This could help make the Houston Light Rail a reality. Yeah. Focusing on how long it would take and how much it would cost and all the problems or whatever is.
No, the southern rail is actually more viable than the northern rail.
Yeah.
Because going to the northern airport, you do have to cross wetlands and habitat areas that are considered protected because of wildlife and things like that.
Figure out a way to do that shit and fucking do that shit. Like, period. Like, what the F?
Well, that's just it. People were trying to figure it the fuck out, and then all the fucking people come out and it's like, oh, wow, there's a moth that lives there that only lives there. We can't kill them and kill our habitat. So the only way to do this is to add another $8 million to it to go around that area. Kind of arguments started popping up.
Next
You
comment.
can't do that because we can't build on this particular land because it's a swamp land and blah, 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 habitat, runoff waters, that's why going north would be harder than going south. South, it's really not a whole lot farther than the rail already goes south. It's just a matter of finding the land to put it on or justifying the extra expense of raising it above the land.
They already have, like, I don't know which freeway it is. I think it's more than one freeway. I think I don't know which one am I thinking of. I'm thinking of I-10, I think. But built it already for a rail to go through the middle lane. That's why it's so many lanes and it's empty and unused space. They use it for the HOV, I think, but it was
I was
supposed
just
to be
about
the
to say
train.
that. Do you know
Yeah.
that most of the HOV lanes and HOV toll lanes were supposed to be railways?
It was supposed to be rails.
You know, there's like 3 lanes for the HOV. One doesn't really get used for the Katy Freeway one. One of those was supposed to be the rail. It was supposed to be a single rail and a single east-west and a single or an east lane, a west lane, and a rail in the middle. Was supposed to be the way that was going to work out. Instead, they turned it into a 3 to 5 lane tollway. You know, the big tollway, Tollway 8. Technically, Houston City is supposed to be the one operating that now. That more than made its money back. We paid all that back, and then we turned around and licensed it right back to the people that were running it already.
And we're still paying tolls.
Yeah, it was supposed to be free. I don't mind paying tolls, but when you're talking $2 per chunk, or excuse me, $1.75 per chunk, and now you don't get change anymore. They don't have any live people working at the tolls anymore to give change. You either have the money or they bill you extra money on your license and send it to you. Or I've got the toll ticket now. I've got the toll thing now, the Easy Pass.
Yeah, the Easy
because
Tag.
I buy a bulk at a discount, and then, or because I'm a toll member, I get a discount on it. And then on my Lyft, the only time I use it is when I'm on my Lyft, which charges the customers my tolls at the full amount. So I'm paying like $1.54 for a toll, and they're paying like $1.75 to reimburse me for the toll.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, no one is taking a train or bus to the airport. It would only increase crime at the airport and along the route.
That's not true.
People always got some reason to not do what needs to be freaking done.
I'm sorry, but from what I understand, without all the vacant cars and the large lots and stuff like that, it should actually lower crime.
Yes,
especially if you monitor or camera the bus stops instead of just the buses. Because all of our buses have cameras. I mean, all 360 degrees around and interior. I mean, so, and I'm sorry, I have no problem with putting cameras at bus stops and things like that where people gather at night, dark places that's public place. There is no assumption of privacy in a place like that.
Yeah.
In a public place. If you can walk up, if anyone can walk up legally and just start filming people on their phone, then it should not either be illegal for us to place a camera there on an institutional level.
Yeah, people want
you know how I hate surveillance.
Yeah, any common sense person would want cameras in those situations.
I mean, I you know me, I hate surveillance. I think we need less of it, but that's reasonable surveillance for the protection of the public.
Yeah.
That is where it's okay to do shit like that. I'll shut up.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, that's why Houston is not advancing as a city. We are on the verge of collapse, and it also looks like a third world city. Man, don't talk. Wait, hold your tongue, buddy. Talk about H-Town like that.
There's a couple places I can name that, a matter of fact, the neighborhood I'm living in. I'll send you a picture sometime of what I see out my front door. Not you maybe even matter of fact, depending upon what it is, I might even let you show it on the show. Because I mean, at this point, I'm more afraid of someone coming in my door than. Matter of fact, if they come in after me here, it will actually be really, really good because my Patreon will fucking I'll get a GoFundMe for defense and make a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
from the gun nut people.
Being a born and raised native Houstonian, I can't accept those words.
I'm not born and raised, but Houston became my home literally the day I came down here. I felt home. And I have not left for more than 4 continuous days in the 32 years that I've been here. I have never left Houston for more than 3 or 4 days at one time. And that was only once. Other than that one time, never more than 48 hours. I know that sounds sad, but I really do love this town that much.
Let me read another comment. It says, we should model our stuff after Chicago's system. It's great and super efficient, but it take years. Another one, it says, can't they just build along the freeway?
If we're going to go for a model, I would say I would prefer to model our public transportation more after New York, but elevated instead of subways.
Yeah, I was about to say, we can't go underground. We got real water problems in
if we can't go underground, there would not be able to be a tunnel system underneath a downtown with buildings that go 3 and 4 stories deep.
Yeah, but I think the ground is different over there in that area.
There are too many places that are still basically us building concrete on top of swamp.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we don't have more sinkholes.
One opened up on the side of the freeway. I was reading a story about that like a week or so ago. Which freeway was it? I want to say it was 45.
No, it says Southwest Houston.
So maybe that was 59. Look at this image right here. This is interesting. This kind of goes with what I'll be saying about the Democrats freaking getting paid to lose.
A local channel 11?
What are you saying?
Can you do a KHOU channel 11 stream?
I don't know. I haven't done that, so I'm afraid to do it because I haven't.
Local Houston news.
Yeah, local news. I don't know. I think it depends on what the segment is because sometimes, some of them are different. Like I can use them, and some of them I can't. What you got the story about the sinkhole? It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's right up. It's basically Westheimer and Fondren, a couple blocks back there. Remember where that the really nice place to eat was? Everybody took everybody like took the kids, or you go there for like they had the penguins, not the penguins, but ostriches. And it was a really nice place. People would go for like weddings and big dinners and proms and stuff like that. There's a little steakhouse back there. You know where the Goodwill is at Fondren and Westheimer? It was right back in that way.
Okay.
Piney Point Road. It's about a quarter of a mile down Fondren from Westheimer heading north.
Okay.
It took out one entire lane and part of the ground near it.
Okay. Check this out right here. This meme is kind of shows what I'd be talking about with the Democrats, how they get paid to lose, how they, you know, the good cop, bad cop, the, you know, oh, we can't get anything done because the Republicans are keeping us from doing it. You know, I got our hands are tied, like we really tried or whatever, da 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 type of thing. So like this meme right here, it has the it's showing the Democrats as like this guy, and he's holding a gun, and it's the Republicans on the gun, and then the voters are the ones that the gun is being pointed to. So it's like, you know, them working together against us, basically. And, you know, the Democratic establishment is the one that has the money. Like those guys, they're the one, they're the machine. The Democrats are the machine, you know. The Republicans are like the small guy. So it's like in this image, it's like the Democrats are using the Republicans, you know, against the
Democrats are
voters.
always painted as the underdogs. They're the small guys. The Republicans, they're the big, massive corporate mogul, big badass, want to take your rights away from you people.
Well, if you're talking about, see, if you want to talk about taking your rights away or whatever, then I mean,
I'm talking
say
about
that.
it in the meme version here.
Yeah. So,
The
but in
Republicans
reality,
are always the big scary one, or you know, you're sitting there saying, you know, the Democrats seem to be the ones with the money. No, from what I can tell, Republicans are the ones with the money. The Democrats are the ones that are more. They're all corporate money, but the Democrats are the ones, since they've got the media and stuff behind them, they have a better control of public opinion overall.
well, they
That's
are
where their
the
power is.
well, they
While
are the
Republicans' power are more in the corporations and the military complex.
well, the Democrats are the establishment. They really are. They're the big dogs, and the money is way bigger on that side. Way bigger. Huge money, like ridiculous. Like it, you know, and that's just the reality. So that's what it is. So they are the establishment, you know. So they
So
are the
saying
big
that
guy.
with you wanting to even the money they spend, that means Democrats in that scenario would freaking lose hard.
What do you mean?
If you're saying campaign funds and stuff like that, you're saying they've got all the money. You want to even the money out spent. That would tend to lean more toward Republican then. I
Well,
like the way this is set up because I'm seeing the tool and the gun, and I'm seeing who's behind it, and the voters are fucked no matter what. But
right. That's
you know,
that's the point.
Who's the tool and who's the brain?
Yeah. I think this.
Do you want to save the voters by getting rid of the guns, or do you want to get rid of the guy about to pull the trigger?
Well, I always say, well, like I was saying earlier, it's the system. The system is what matters. The gun matters not. If they have a gun or not, they still gonna get what they want to get done with the system that's in place.
I'm seeing the whole thing, and the one thing that Republicans don't fucking understand is the reason they keep getting chumped by the Democrats is Republicans try to argue through logic mostly and end up getting tricked into logic questions and problems because the Democrats right now are acting like the little kid in school that comes right up and puts his hand an inch from your face and just does it. Yeah, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. And then when someone reacts to them, they're in the wrong because technically you did not touch me. But I still beat your fucking ass because you're being a pain in the ass.
Yes, antagonizing. So, but yeah, so they in this meme it's showing like
right now
the Republicans
are so stupid they keep falling for it.
Right, they're the tool. So they're being used as a tool, and also they are being scapegoated as the bad guy. You know what I mean? Because it's like the argument about the guns. You know, the guns don't kill people, people kill people, or whatever. But then, you know, on the Democratic side, they're saying, you know, we got to get rid of the guns. The gun is what's bad, or whatever. So it's like, it's saying that, you know, the Republicans are the problem. You know what I mean? It's saying that the gun is the problem when it's a tool that's being used, and the one that's wielding it is the problem. So, but you know, like I say, the Democrats are the establishment. So, because in a lot of situations, they could get done the stuff that they want to get done, but they just make excuses. They could push shit through. So when the Republicans are in the majority, they get done what they want to get done, you know, and they may be a minority in the, you know, the total public. Not, I'm not saying like within Congress. I'm talking about the whole public.
We're talking 40-60, truthfully, about 60 tend to lean toward what's considered the left.
So, you know, the Democrats could get done everything that they want to get done. It's, you know, but and then when they have the majority, they don't. But then when the Republicans get the majority, then they just ram through what they want to get done. And the Democrats are like, oh.
Another big difference between the two is Republicans are willing to take small wins and build up to bigger. Democrats want it all, or you can't have what we want and you can't have what you want either. Say, Republicans are like, you know what? We want to get this done. We can't get it all done. So let's get this part. Let's get this part. Democrats are, no, we're not going to get, if you don't give us everything we want, we're going to take the ball and go home.
So look, here goes another Star Wars reference. Oh, this meme page was obviously on some Star Wars.
I'm really not happy with that.
So yeah, so it says what Americans think they do, what Americans actually do. It's almost the same argument as the other one with when they was using the example of you know, Han Solo running away and you know, joining the resistance.
No, it's not.
Very similar.
This is saying Americans think they're the fucking smuggler, but we actually do is kill children.
I don't think they're trying to.
No, that is exactly what that says, because that's exactly what that scene is about. He is going in and he kills those children.
Yeah, but you
That's
said
why I
the
said
smuggler.
right off the bat. Like I said, right, think they're Han Solo, whatever. No, like I said, I was very unpleased. That's one of those ones that's just edge of hatred bullshit.
Yeah,
I do like the Homelander Superman one.
It's just a meme. It's just memes at the end of the day.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, like I say, I'm agreeing and commenting like they affect me in where I'm at. But like I said, I like that one.
Yeah. Says people refuse to think critically in the American empire. Me explaining to my friends and family that their continued ignorance is why we are still in this mess. I think this is the one that caught my eye when I was looking at this earlier, because this is the frustration that I feel right here. And it's really a big reason why I try to do this show, or the reason why I do this show is because of this particular frustration right here.
Ignorance to miseducation. And I'm okay with this meme.
Yeah, so then I just try my damnedest to get people to understand that what they are doing is having an
ignorance implies inability to understand. We don't have the inability. We're just not educated to see both sides. And then, see, we should be given facts from the both sides to make our own opinions instead of saying this opinion is right, this opinion is right.
Well,
you know?
I just think that people feel like what they're doing doesn't have any impact on the big picture. And that's the part that really frustrates the hell out of me. You know,
truthfully, who's running our country doesn't have that big of an impact on our lives as individuals.
I agree with that.
And that's the biggest miseducation that's going on. And that's why I use that word, is because when I was in my civics class in high school, I was taught that vote for your congressman, vote for your senators, vote for the president. These guys are very, very important. But if you want to open your own business, if you want to do well, if you want to make your home better where you live, vote for your mayor, vote for your city council. If you want to see your schools better, vote for your board of education. If you want to see your community better, vote for your parks people. I mean, if you think that the laws are not being represented properly, vote for your sheriff, vote for your judges.
Yeah,
Your
but
vote is, go ahead.
Well, even beyond voting, being more aware of how things work and what is happening around you will lead you to making better decisions, you know, and being aware that your actions, your activities, your decisions day to day have an impact on the big picture. So, you know, you're complicit in the way things are.
Dude, in Longview, the year I was out of school, people were so fed up with the way things were going on. A friend of mine, a guy that I ran in my Dungeons and Dragons group, became an 18-year-old mayor of a small town outside Longview. Because we've took what we learned in our civics class and got him on the polls, got him in the primary, got him voted in, and he became the mayor, the youngest mayor, I think, in I don't want to say in Texas, but definitely in that area in Texas. And that guy actually went on to become the spokesperson for the Texit movement. Daniel Miller. I'm trying to get him to see if he'll come on. He'll mostly want to talk about Texit and stuff like that. But I've asked him once or twice, but I'm trying to explain to him, it's like, we ain't giving you no money. You get no speaking fee for coming on. You're just going to waste your time arguing with some stupid people that only know about a quarter of shit that you do. We're bringing you on to learn from you. And we're going to argue with you because we don't know.
Well, let me play this right here.
And God knows if Pat's here, that is complete truth.
Yeah, let me play
They
this.
have electric semi-trucks that run off powered batteries. And because the batteries take way too long to charge, they actually have a station that will remove the battery and replace it with a brand new battery, and this is what it looks like. Not only does this help with reducing pollution, but also noise pollution as well.
Why can China do this, but the United States can't? They just put batteries in a charging station until they're charged. And when the truck runs low on battery power, they drive up to this battery changing station and just get the battery changed out in the truck, take the dead battery and put it in the charger. China figures out ways to do things that the United States, I don't know. Are we that dumb here? Or we just can't figure it out? Why can China do it and the United States can't do it? That's what I don't understand.
So
What do you think? Comments?
Oh, lots of them here. One, China is built part of this into the infrastructure. Two, a station like that, the amount of power and stuff it's going to draw is insane. Three, we do not have a state-controlled, regulated trucking agency with specific routes and things like that. We have a whole bunch of independent truckers that just kind of drive around wherever the load will take them that pays them the best, and a bunch of companies otherwise. I mean, yeah, those are really the only two reasons that are needed, but it's a completely different. It's kind of like asking why we don't have any snowplows in South Texas, or why we don't budget for snowplows in South Texas. Because it doesn't work the same way it does in China. Like I say, China, they've got it all set up. Here, do you know how backed up a place would be if all of the independent truckers and all that had to go? There would be certain facilities that it would take hours, days for them to be able to get that battery popped on there. And then that also requires the entire trucking industry, everyone, every company that drives trucks, every company that has trucks of their own, to switch to this specific kind of vehicles that can be done in. I mean, I'm sure it could be done if we got someone that owned, one of the congressmen or something like that, owned that company or a big part of it.
Let me read some comments. The first comment, it says, the answer is capitalism. There is no financial incentive to make things sensible.
And no offense, that big battery station right there, how is it going to be powered? By a fucking coal or oil burning factory.
Another comment says, we aren't done. Politicians are bought out by big oil. That's the answer. Another comment, it says, never mind that it takes electricity to charge the battery. China has the most coal-fired electrical plants in the world. The question should be, how much coal do you have to burn to charge a battery?
Good question.
Another comment, I lived there 12 years. They have done some amazing shit. The difference is they want to do it. We still have 1/3 of our population that think Trump is a good guy. You know, political will is what holds us back from doing things that we need to do.
That is a difference between a communist controlled, a actual communism controlled country and a democracy. They tell you what is absolutely good for you and what is going to happen. You have no say in it. You have no say if your friend worships this particular religion, whether they come and round them up in the middle of the night and send them off in a camp. I mean, the differences between us and China, everyone's, oh, China can do all this so great. Yeah, you know what? They also produce more CO2 than the next 3 nations combined.
They have like how many people? Like
over 30, almost 30% of the world's CO2, carbon, all that stuff comes from them.
They also have way more people.
Yep, and that's a whole nother thing on how they treat them, how they house them, and how they do them.
Let me read the next comment. It says, list of shit we Americans can't seem to figure out. Electronic vehicles, healthcare, public education, gun violence, multiple party politics, inflation, infrastructure, soccer, etc., etc. But hey, we got pickup trucks and all you can eat buffets down pat.
Very uneducated comment.
Another comment, it says simple word lobbyists.
Simple word logistics.
Couple more comments. It says it's almost as if we don't operate on a what's best for everyone system. Another one.
Right now, our infrastructure on a cul-de-sac with 10 people. Right now, our infrastructure couldn't handle more than 3 people with EVs and EV batteries and all that in it. I mean, and the problem is green technology is nowhere near that good or perfected to the point where if we switch all the way to it right now, we're not going to hit this huge wall of both monetary spending and dependency upon China, Russia, and Africa for the primary resources that we need to make it, who are pretty much doing it with slave labor.
Couple more comments. It says, does it make some billionaire more wealthy? No, then we aren't doing it. Another
Of course
one.
it'll make some a billionaire. Whoever makes the chain out of their own pocket is going to be the one that makes the money on this.
Well, why can't the American people be the ones that flip the bill on that and get the benefits of it?
Because this is a shit plan. It's going to cause more. Like I said, where do you get the power? From burning coal and shit like that.
Another comment.
It's going to increase overall emissions, not decrease them. You're going to have some little less carbon and stuff like that. But have you taken a look at the new hybrid trucks that we are doing here? It's a battery operated truck that uses the engine only to recharge the battery.
Another comment says one word, greed. Another one that says same reason we have horrible public transit, oil lobby. Another one says because of greed, oil money.
Oil people would be happy for that to fucking come in. Because that's a lot more power plants that are going to have to be burning coal and oil and stuff like that to produce the amount of power that that's going to take. You know, somewhere, I can't remember where it was, but a charging facility that was capable of doing 50 trucks takes almost the amount of power that a major city grid does. Because it is a different type of charge and a different amount of power that's needed. You actually need a lot more power to charge those things than you do just to operate lights and stuff like that. I mean, I'm sorry, but the green technology people are not being upfront and transparent about the problems with it. And at the same time, people are not on the other side of the argument aren't understanding that we can head this direction without a full 100% commitment like they're trying to do to untested, unproven technology. I mean, they've completely walked away from most nuclear technology. Our dams and hydroelectric power is part of the infrastructure right now that if we don't start repairing is really going to be causing us problems in the future. If they upgraded some of our dams and shit like that with the technology now, instead of when they were built 50 and 80 years ago, they would be producing 2, 3, 5 times the amount of power. I mean, and that's our fault. We're not pursuing these alternative methods. Everyone loves the windmills, but literally we have to take those things because all the parts for the windmills, those blades that have to be replaced, they can't because of the microfractures in them. they can't be recycled or anything. Okay, there's something going on in the parking lot. I gotta check it out.
I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah, I gotta go. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Peace and love. I got to go.